Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Global Blockchain Week and Blockchain Revolution Global. I'm Alex Tapscott, keeping you informed and up to date with the goings-on at BRG 2020. Yesterday, day one, was nothing short of spectacular. It is apparent to us that everyone showed up ready to engage in forward-thinking and important conversations to ultimately propel blockchain technology forward. We are eagerly anticipating the discussions up next. So, what is in store? Well, for day two, on the main stage, we are thrilled to present a compelling keynote address delivered by our conference partners at FedEx, Rob Carter and Raj Subramaniam, who have long recognized blockchain's power to be applied in a transport and logistics context. You will not want to miss it.
The need to manage tailpipe emissions has never been more urgent. The adoption of electric vehicles is a socio-economic prerogative now. However, there are several challenges associated with this. Range anxiety is a persistent concern. There is also a need for change in customer behavior due to the extra time it takes to charge an electric vehicle. Large capital investment is required for building a network that is accessible in all situations. The disparate business model of competing charging service providers hampers the speed of building the infrastructure. The evolution of battery technology creates an uncertainty around the development of the infrastructure. For enterprises looking to derive value from the growth of electric vehicles, money is in the battery technology today. However, in the future, it will be in the charging network as the sales of electric vehicles increase over time. Enterprises need to shift their mindset from a product-centric one to a purpose-centric one and collaborate with a diverse set of organizations. This will de-risk the building and scaling of charging infrastructure, accelerate adoption of electric vehicles, and drive superlative customer experience. The collaboration between multiple entities can be complex and requires trust, transparency, privacy, and governance between the stakeholders. Success can be achieved by an ecosystem business model that is purposeful, incentivized, intelligent, and experiential, and is powered by next-gen digital technologies such as blockchain, augmented intelligence, immersive technologies, cobots, IoT, and 5G. In this ecosystem, the act of charging will blend seamlessly into the individual's lifestyle irrespective of their context. In addition, all stakeholders can stop worrying about uncertainty and risk associated with adoption of electric vehicles and focus entirely on delivering a transcending customer experience. At Tata Consultancy Services, we believe in curating purposeful ecosystems to generate exponential value. Ecosystems are here to stay, and TCS can partner with you to unleash their true potential.
Hello, Mayor John Tory here, and greetings and welcome from the City of Toronto. As a founding member of the Blockchain Research Institute, the City of Toronto has been a proud contributor to the growth of blockchain research. Together with our startup communities, our academic institutions, enterprises, and our government leaders, we've created a culture that embraces innovation, earning international acclaim for the City of Toronto and attracting a lot of great people and a lot of great companies here, including those that were already here and started up here. This week at Blockchain Revolution Global, leaders are gathering to discuss the pressing challenges facing our economy and our political systems and working together towards innovative digital solutions that use blockchain and other transformational technologies that aim to make our world a better place. More than ever, these discussions about technology, innovations, and implementations are vital as we change the way we do business here in Toronto and, of course, really around the world on the international stage. As a city, we've been able to attract talent from all over the world, people who chose to come to Toronto to embrace our great quality of life, to embrace our diverse culture, and who can contribute their skills and their energies to building the tools of tomorrow. And quite frankly, they've been embraced when they got here, because that's just the kind of place that we are and the kind of values that we have and the kind of quality of life that we offer. We're seeing the contributions that Toronto's technology community has made in supply chains. We're seeing it in healthcare and financial services and beyond, in the lives that people live, making their lives better. And technology has done so much of that. So I welcome the speakers and the sponsors and organizations all over the world. I hope that we'll soon be able to have you in person in Toronto again. But in the meantime, please have very fruitful deliberations, and thank you for the contributions you are making to a better life for Torontonians and for Canadians, but for people the world over.
Coffee is in my blood. I'm the 5th generation in my family who is a coffee farmer. My grandfather always told me that coffee, it's not only a business, it's a social activity. We have hundreds of people that depend on us.
For me, the future of coffee is traceability. In many producing countries, the price of coffee today is below their cost of production.
Our work here is sustainable. Our farm is sustainable. But I don't know if our work is really seen around the world. With blockchain, our consumers can see that we are sustainable.
When I was trying to pick a technology partner, I wanted somebody who was truly committed to blockchain. IBM Food Trust was one of the inspirations for the work that they were doing with supermarkets and being able to have instant recalls. Farmer Connect is able to take data from the blockchain and show the consumer the journey that their coffee has taken, and they're actually able to make a contribution to the farmer or to the farmers' communities. That's where the real power of blockchain becomes unlocked.
Today's child won't understand a world without the internet, a time before constant global communication, when transactions weren't instant, when gold was the standard, not the blockchain. But we are building tomorrow. 货币, building a future where cash is cashless, transactions are frictionless, and a better way to trade is open to all. Our blockchain innovations will forge a brave new world that's faster, more stable, secure, and decentralized. As the world's leading exchange, we are trusted by over 100 million families worldwide. For the children born today, we are building a smarter tomorrow. 货币, the future of finance.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Don Tapscott, and I'm the Executive Chairman of the Blockchain Research Institute, and I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today in this very special conversation. And I hope that you're all well and safe. Let me begin by introducing our discussants today. First, I'll introduce Rob Carter, who's Executive Vice President, FedEx Information Services, and the CIO of FedEx Corporation. Rob's a longtime friend. He's a member of the 5-person executive committee that plans and executes the corporation's business and activities. And Rob also serves as co-president and co-CEO of FedEx Services, the shared service entity responsible for sales, marketing, IT, and customer service. And Rob joined FedEx in 1993, and he's certainly, I would say, one of the legendary CIOs, really, of all time. And I've been around for 4 decades in this industry, and I say that with some authority. Secondly, we're just delighted to welcome Raj Subramaniam. He's President and Chief Operating Officer and a Director of FedEx Corporation. Raj oversees the FedEx portfolio of operating companies and the more than 490,000 team members of FedEx Express, FedEx Ground, FedEx Freight, FedEx Services, FedEx Logistics, and FedEx Office. He's also co-president, co-CEO of FedEx Services. Interestingly, Raj is also former president of FedEx Canada, and he was living in Toronto. So last year, Rob, we had you on the stage with Richard Smith, and it was a physical stage. I wish we were replicating that this year, but this will blow over, and hopefully we'll be able to get together. But I would like to welcome you both, and thank you very much for participating in this conversation today.
Well, thank you, Don. It's a pleasure to be back on this stage with you, and now this time with my great business partner, Raj Subramaniam. I really miss being in Toronto. We had such a great time last year, almost 18 months ago now, but what a treat that was to kick off Blockchain Research Global and have a really compelling set of conversations around this space.
Yeah, and again, thank you also for inviting me to this conversation too. And good meeting you, John. And I again wish I could be in person. Toronto is one of my favorite cities. I've lived there for 3 years, have some wonderful friends. Actually looking forward to being there in person, but you know what, we'll do that some other time, but you know, and get to meet you in person at that time.
Well, it was great to have you here for 3 years. You're always welcome back, that's for sure. Next time maybe we'll go and hang out a bit
for sure
here as well. I would absolutely love that. So Rob, let's start with you. And you'll flash back, not last year, but the year before that. And when I interviewed you and Fred Smith, who's the FedEx CEO, at the opening session of Consensus a couple of years ago in New York. And it was quite the scene. We had, 3,500 people in the room and another 4,000 lined up outside trying to get in. And it kind of feels like ancient history. But it was a very dramatic moment because you and Fred said, and this is early 2018, the blockchain was going to completely change worldwide supply chains. And I remember you could hear a pin drop, almost a gasp in the room when you said that. And so flashing back to then, how did you get to that level of certainty that early in blockchain technology?
Don, one of the things that we've prided ourselves on is being really great custodians of things moving through supply chains. We really invented the custodial chain of tracking systems that allowed for step-by-step a ledger to get created with regard to the movement of goods inside of our space, inside of the four walls, from the time we pick something up and ultimately deliver it. But that long history of technological innovation really had us looking ahead at blockchain saying, this is special. This has a real opportunity to take that custodial nature of what we do and expand it to all kinds of trading partners, manufacturing partners, and consumption partners all over the world. So it's really the legacy of technology that we have. We love to really look into the future and see the opportunities that are emerging on the horizon. And clearly at that point in time, blockchain was emerging as a critical capability for the future.
And I remember at the time also that you said in our conversation that blockchain was very different. The way you approach it is very different. That back in the day, you'd come up with a great idea, chain of custody, and then you'd build a system to implement it. And all of a sudden, FedEx invents a whole new industry. Really, it has competitive advantage. You said today with blockchain, you can't really do that because we're not just creating a corporate initiative in the market, we're actually changing an entire industry. And that requires a lot of cooperation or coopetition between different players, including your competitors. And there, of course, I think that you're right. And today, there really still not a lot of people saying that. So how did you get to that position again, almost 2.5 years ago?
Well, it was super important to recognize that blockchain was different. Proprietary technologies that companies had invented were essentially database technologies and transaction technologies that allowed us to keep track of stuff that our customers were doing, and then the things that are operationally important to us. However, when we considered the world of blockchain and the idea of an open ledger that was available for participation in the transportation industry, we believed that couldn't be branded by any one company, that the openness of the blockchain revolution, so to speak, was one of its most critical components. It had all kinds of wonderful properties of authenticity and immutability and provenance. Those were critical things, but one of the most important things about it was sort of the unassailable nature of the openness of that technology, and the fact that it would be a cooperative where people would be able to participate from their perspective without the inherent bias of a branded database or implementation such as what had existed in the past.
Yeah, I think that's very true. You think about, well, actually, some people have said that blockchain is moving very slowly. And there have been skeptics who've said this is, really not going to be such a big deal. And I think one of the reasons is what you're alluding to. You think about a supply chain, you have like all these various partners working together. There's a whole logistics industry, and you got planes, and you do, and trucks, and you probably have boats or things on boats and trains and so on, and all this stuff is moving around with EDI and ERP systems, and you got faxes and emails and telephone calls and paper and so on, and borders and customs agents and escrow people and all kinds of things, that it would be extraordinary to sort of have what we call a shared network state, where there was a real-time view of what was going on, a single version of the truth, and so on. But to do that, you can't do that by yourself, right? I think that's your point. Yeah,
definitely the point that the shared ecosystem, and this really, when you think about it, it's the way that supply chains work. Supply chains aren't a single entity. It's not a narrow set of transactions. It's a very big world of interconnected networks, both physically and digitally, that have to work seamlessly in order for a full supply chain to work. I know my partner Raj is going to talk some about just the intensity of both our digital and physical networks once he's talking about this. So I'll leave some of that to him, but the opportunity really is to have participation in a ecosystem and a collaborative effort to provide visibility and accuracy across supply chains around the world.
Yeah. And that's a good segue, actually. Let's go to Raj, if we could. So, Raj, you're the president and CEO of FedEx Corporation. And it's a, shall we say, rather interesting time to be in business. And I noted at your recent earnings release, you talked about the impact of COVID and e-commerce, and you said the following, and I wrote it down here: the growth that we expected to see over a period of 3 to 5 years happened in a period of 3 to 5 months. I guess people they're moving stuff around a lot during this whole period. And so was FedEx ready for this huge global disruptor and the impact of this thing? And how do you, as really the guy who's running the operation, how do you deal with all of the sudden disruptive change and impact on your business?
Don, clearly we are in interesting times, and that's for sure. And Rob and I are arm in arm dealing with some very interesting and opportunistic moments here. The reason I said what I said in the call is two reasons, actually. One, the fact that if you think about e-commerce as a percentage of retail, it was roughly 16% in 2019. In April, that was a step change to 27%. So that's a change that we didn't expect to see over a period of 3 years. It happened in a period of weeks. And we had predicted back in 2016 that the number of packages in the U.S. domestic system, not ours, the industry, will double by 2026. Now we're saying that number is going to be achieved 3 years before that. So there's an acceleration of trends. But one of the things I do want to mention to you is that our strategy did not change. We had actually put in place a lot of things anticipating this growth in e-commerce over time. And, I'll just give an example, not this year, but last year in the middle of May, we made some very, very important decisions. And, amongst those was the fact that we're going to lean into e-commerce. We're going to go all-day delivery, 7 days a week, deliver packages, which not only improves service to the customers, but also improves our operational efficiency. Again, it's a game-changing move and competitively differentiated. We leaned into large packages. We leaned into the fact that we were going inside customers' doors to deliver those big and heavy, hard-to-handle packages. We invested in technology to make sure that it's dynamic and real-time information, on and on and on. This is to say that our strategy actually did not change, but the timing did. And we were skating to where the puck was going to be, but the puck came to us. So it has been an extraordinary time. And I'll also just take this opportunity to say that I wanted to thank our more than 500,000 team members around the world this time, because not only are we delivering people's e-commerce stuff delivering to home, but we have been a key role. We played a very key role in delivering healthcare materials and products in dealing with the pandemic. And ever since the pandemic started, we were moving stuff to China, and then afterwards from China to everywhere else. Just to give you an example, 1.7 billion masks and millions of kilotons of personal protective equipment. And I guarantee you, when the vaccines come, we will have a heavy role to play in the distribution as well. So again, this has been an extraordinarily interesting time.
Well, and thanks for using that very Canadian analogy from Wayne Gretzky about the puck. But I'll tell you, I had the personal experience on the other end of what you're describing. So I took my extended family and we went up to our place up on the lake, 3 hours north of Toronto. And we were there, like 9 of us, for 6 months. And it seemed that every second day that FedEx truck found its way down that country road to our porch and dropped off a parcel. We got to know the guy really well. And I was quite struck that, wow, how do they do this in this environment that the truck just keeps coming? And we were, of course, very grateful. That's how we kind of functioned, really.
Let me let you on a little secret here. A lot of people had the same idea. They all went into this work from home, took this opportunity to work from a location other than where they normally live, and usually in a resort area or something like that. And we had to open up multiple news stations around U.S. and Canada to make sure that we can handle the volume to these new destinations, which were not so heavy before that period.
All right, good. Well, now I know. So back to IT. I mean, FedEx has always been a leader in the use of information technology to achieve competitive advantage, and that goes back to Fred. And so some of the people watching this may know I wrote a couple of books in the 1980s that nobody read, but my first bestseller was 93, and that was the book Paradigm Shift. And the central story in that book was about FedEx. And I remember the story that Fred had said that some 99% of parcels were delivered on time in the right place. And for him, that was terrible because it meant that there were a bunch of unhappy customers. So he wanted to build a system to be able to know the chain of custody. So you flash forward to today, and you're talking about redoing that, rebuilding the logistics industry so that you not only know about, where is a parcel, but you know about the parcel and maybe what temperature it is and how it is and so on. And it strikes me that here's a company that was a leader of this old paradigm in IT. It now seems kind of uniquely positioned in this increasingly digital world. So I was just kind of curious. I mean, what does digital mean to you and to FedEx?
No, John, thank you for asking that question because it's very, very timely. I am very convinced that a key piece of FedEx's future is digital. In fact, we are reinventing the future of FedEx at the intersection of the physical and digital spaces. And that's why I'm so thrilled to work arm in arm with Rob, because I think together we can accomplish a lot going forward here. Now, you talked about Fred, our chairman and founder. He talked about the information about the package being as important as the package itself. Now, you'd look at today and say, that seems okay. Well, he said that in 1978. And, really, it was groundbreaking. And it really signaled the innovation as part of our DNA and technology as part of our DNA, and signaled several firsts along the way. And I won't go through all of them, but all I want to say here was that we're building on a foundation of a technological powerhouse and a foundation that actually sets us up for the future. So now, when we look ahead now, things like autonomous vehicles, and we launched Roxo, the FedEx same-day bot. It's a great opportunity to look at the on-demand delivery market, and we have sensor-based logistics that you talked about. We just launched SensorWare ID, which is not only is tracking and tracing, but also monitors temperature and other parameters as a package traverses the system. So there's so many things that is where the digital piece of the equation is tied to the future. Now, you talked about the physical prowess earlier. With almost 700 aircraft, 180,000 motorized vehicles, and the experience of our team members, we generate a heck of a lot of data. And we are one of the engineering feats is to pick up a package any place in the world and drop it off in any other part of the world in 1 or 2 or 3 days. And that's the physical part of the equation. But for every one of those 16 to 20 million packages that move every day, there is a lot of data that goes with it. In fact, we can say that every day we are sitting on the microcosm of the global supply chain. And so we totally believe in the power of this data. We think data, having the right data, the right time, can make better decisions, can optimize inventory, can create exemplary experience for our customers, can be used to anticipate new trends, and we can create new offerings in a scalable way, and things that we have not even thought about before. So based on all this, we have now reformulated our core operating principles and added or changed out our pillar. And one of the 3 pillars now we have, which we just launched a few days ago, we call Innovate Digitally. And this is essentially a nod to the fact that our future is digital and that we have to do a lot more with technology and data, and especially trusted data. And that's exactly where we are headed with the future of FedEx.
Wow, that's a real eye-opener. I bet you a lot of other companies could learn from that. One of your 3 principles is innovate digitally. Kind of appropriate, I guess, as every company needs to become a digital company. And you're reminding me what Fred said way back there about the information about the package. I'm now remembering that it was a few years after that Walter Wriston, the then CEO of Citibank, made his famous aphorism that information about money is probably more important than the money. So, so anyway, there you go. So how does blockchain fit into this vision, Raj?
Yeah, no, FedEx is a pioneer of developing chains of custody. That our whole notion that our customers trusted us to deliver shipments from any one point in the world to any other, and making sure we kept tabs on them along the way. We had innovations as online tracking, delivery manager, and so on. So it's natural now to transition to the use of blockchain. Blockchain kind of acts as the glue to create a secure and authentic chain of custody for that trusted data that I was talking about earlier. We talked about the U.S. Customs in blockchain space, and then, if you think about that, most of the customs focus has been in the B2B space, which is, again, our core business. But before COVID-19 and definitely after, that e-commerce has now become a growth engine for consumers, and the e-commerce boom is not going away. So long before COVID came into the picture, FedEx proposed a solution to U.S. Customs and border protection that begins as soon as you or I make an online purchase. And using blockchain, it starts a digital ledger that moves downstream with the package. And each party will then enter their own required data on that blockchain. At that point, U.S. Customs can query the required data fields much more quickly and efficiently. And that trusted data layer has a large positive effect on one of the key issues now in online e-commerce is the counterfeit items. And so this actually has a big play in that regard. And it helps protect the integrity of the products that our customers purchase. I know on this agenda, we got two of our folks, Dale Christie and Cindy Allen, along with U.S. Customs, and they're going to talk about this in more detail. So I'm not going to say any more about this, but it's a very important thing. Now think about FDA as well. They're using blockchain in the pharma space, and again with most of our healthcare customers. And this will be an early use case for healthcare and medical device areas, and more in the area of aerospace is yet to come. So if you think about all this, the common item is where can a trusted data layer make a huge difference? And these some of the early examples we've talked about here. So again, when Rob and I are talking about data, in the case of blockchain specifically, we're talking about trusted data. And again, you combine it with sensor-based logistics and the unique position that we occupy in the physical and digital worlds. I think, we come back to what Rob and Fred said, that blockchain is going to completely change worldwide supply chains. And we think that this is indeed still very much correct.
And I guess, of course, when you talk about customs and borders, there's a security and even like homeland security side to this as well.
Yeah, no question about it. You're right. And, as one of the issues that with the advent of online commerce is the type of things that's coming across the border and the ability for customs to figure this out. And I think the best way is to have something like a blockchain that gets ledger on from the very get-go, and the ability to track these things. So not only counterfeit, but also anything to do with national security.
Yeah, well said. And I like the way you talk about these other technologies that are part of this cluster of new stuff. And we talk about the second era of the digital age, that we had mainframes and mini computers, PCs, the internet, the web, the cloud, big data, social media, and so on. And now we've got technology infusing itself into the physical world with billions and trillions of inert objects that are smart, communicate, do transactions. We've got AI and machine learning and autonomous vehicles. And I think that you're right that the sort of foundational data or transactional platform for all of this is going to be blockchain. Let's just go to Rob for a sec, Raj, and then we'll come back to you. So, Raj, Rob. So, flash forward. I can see why you enjoy working with Raj, by the way, after that conversation.
I enjoyed that conversation.
So, let's flash forward not that long, 2025 or 2030. What does FedEx technology look like?
Well, the world just constantly becomes more connected, and you just about unpacked it a few minutes ago when you said that this explosion of inert objects and the Internet of Things becoming increasingly important in the connected world. Raj mentioned we just launched SenseWare ID. We've got a platform sensor-based logistics that allows us to very specifically monitor and mirror what's going on in the physical world and represent a digital twin of that to the interested parties, whether it be customs, whether it be a hospital expecting a critical shipment, or whether it be COVID-19 vaccines coming, in controlled environments and really important deliveries to change and save lives as we go forward. So the technology of 2025 is going to really have an integrated set of capabilities with sensors and sensor-based logistics that give us a lot more visibility to things on the planet. In addition to that, the very connectivity framework, things like 5G, are going to enable, much, much faster speeds for that kind of visibility, as well as the ability to control things like autonomous delivery vehicles. So important real trials with autonomous bots, the Roxo delivery bot that Raj mentioned, is real, and it's we're working with Dean Kamen at DECA to take a platform that's got over 10 million hours of testing and turn it into a delivery agent and vehicle that will be clean and safe and friendly in the streets and in the environments where people more and more want and expect the kinds of deliveries that have kept us all.
It's an extraordinary vision. Let's bring in Raj here and just see, from your perspective, you think about the technology of the future. And actually, let's take it from a customer perspective. Rob talked about the technology behind all this. How does the FedEx customer experience look like, a decade from now?
Well, before I answer the question, you got to look at the world, and look at what's happening regarding globalization. Over a period of time, trade has continued to increase as part of GDP. All that's a fancy word of saying more countries, more products. The products growing between countries are growing faster than products staying within a country. Well, that trend has tailed off a little bit. So we have to see how things go in the future. However, knowing humanity, people are going to want to trade and travel. They're going to want to connect. And it's systems like ours and combining the physical and digital that actually explores the future. So, if you are a buyer or a seller and you're trying to get your products to some other part of the world, then you need the electronic interface to do that. And that's what you think about today. And then also you need the physical infrastructure to deliver. So I think that at the end of the day, technology is going to play a huge role in allowing people around the world to connect, despite some of the barriers that have been put in place. So once that happens, I think the role of data, and it's a trusted data, becomes really, really important. And how do I know that what I purchased is an authentic item, not a counterfeit? How do I know it's secure? And that's the whole notion of what blockchain can bring to the table. As a small business, how do I know that I'm able to sell my good brand and sell it across the world? And I can use a global logistics system like FedEx and blockchain that helps us keeps the counterfeit goods away. And how do I know that the healthcare products in the are safe as they get through travel through the global supply chain? So I think there is an opportunity for technology to to go to the base instincts of people to travel, trade, and connect. And just to put this just-in-time concept on steroids, there's a lot of conversation today about how about should we go back to just-in-case inventory, just the time. But I think technology, there's an opportunity for technology to fight that and still take the just-in-time concept to another level, and especially with new technology like blockchain. So I think the opportunity to scale is very high, and I just look at FedEx and the same future for our customers. We have been and always be a technology company, and we are laser focused on our customers to make their lives easier and more efficient, whether it's a global healthcare company or an entrepreneur just getting the start. So, this is ultimately who we are and what we do, and that's how I see the world changing over the next few years.
Well, that's pretty interesting. You say, of course, we're a technology company. I bet a lot of people wouldn't view you that way. And the fact that you do, of course, is historically, I guess, why you've been so successful. Let's bring Rob back in here for the three of us just for a close. So thanks so much. I'd like to just sort of end with give each of you a chance to comment on the issue of leadership. And I've been studying FedEx for over 3 decades, and there's the problem of a new paradigm. We've had these new paradigms in technology that every time one of these comes along, these things cause dislocation and confusion and vested interests fight against change. And leaders of old paradigms have great difficulty in embracing the new. And this is one of the things that's always struck me about FedEx is somehow you manage in your culture or something to be able to figure out that there's something new here, and rather than fighting it, you embrace it. And here are the two of you that are the co-CEOs of FedEx Services that has the whole responsibility for the technology strategy and execution. And we have Raj, who's the president of the whole company, who views himself as somebody who cares very deeply about technology. So how did this occur? And maybe each of you, Rob, we could start with you, have any advice for others about just other business leaders about how to make something like this happen and how to keep that innovation, which is now one of your digital innovation, now one of your 3 core principles, driving your modus operandi.
Well, it's a big topic and a lot to talk about for sure, but you nailed probably the biggest underpinning, which is culture. We take a huge amount of pride and put a lot of effort into our culture. And it's something that we're very proud of. We value diversity, we value people, we value the contributions that our team members make around the globe, and people feel that, and when they feel that, it gives them a sense of purpose to be exceptional. And so I think leadership, to create a culture and an environment that people can thrive in, and that people can really feel like that the work that they're doing is important, is really the baseline foundation. I'll mention one more thing about innovation, then give it to Raj. But we really believe in the 2 wings of innovation. And by that, what I mean is we have team members inside of our company who are incredibly inventive and innovative and inspired to go create new things. But we also tap into the external world. When I mentioned Dean Kamen and DECA, that's a great example of the 2 wings of innovation, because if you only tap into outside innovation, or you only lean on your own, ideas inside your company, it becomes like a one-winged bird. It sort of flies around in a circle. We believe in the 2 wings of innovation really allowing us to propel forward. It's one of the reasons that we were a charter member of the Blockchain Research Institute. It's one of the reasons that we joined BITA, because we like to connect with thought leaders and people that are driving things forward in unique ways, and then blending that with our own talent and culture to make a difference.
Raj?
Yeah, no, thank you, Rob. And, one of the not so secret weapons that we have is our chairman and founder, Fred Smith. And, Rob and I have talked about this quite often. People throw out the words visionary and genius quite, liberally sometimes. But honestly, if you think about it, I met about 4 or 5 people who I would put in that category my entire life. And I'll put, Fred in that category. The culture of innovation and the whole leadership question really, because of the fact that, we are almost a 50-year company, but, they're still led by the founder and an entrepreneur, at heart. So there is a lot of innovation that really is driven by actually seeing things that others cannot see, and we see before and others see it. So for me, from a leadership perspective, is to make sure that when we see trends or we see things happening, that we then back ourselves up with those kind of bets. So we talked about strategic things earlier, and I said that we did not change our strategy, just the market moved faster towards our strategy. And because we had moved earlier about this, we had seen things that were going to come. So, in my opinion, I think it's the role of leadership to make sure that we have the right strategy. And you definitely had to have a strategy, and hopefully you're right, and your judgment leads you the right way. Once you do that, then you want to make sure that you have the right team assembled to execute that strategy. And if you have those two, then your job as a leader is pretty straightforward. Move out of the way and reduce any barriers for your team to execute that mission. So I think that's kind of the way we approach things. And, I'm just delighted the fact that I said earlier, I'm with Rob, because I totally believe that the future of FedEx is digital, and our strategic aims to be successful are clearly driven through, from a digital lens.
That's terrific. Well, thanks so much. The senior management really sets the corporate culture, ultimately the CEO.
Absolutely.
In the case of Fred, through their own behavior, whether they intend to or not. And I guess that's been a great asset. And I wanted to thank you. We're so proud and happy to be with you on this journey, but also your leadership is not just leadership for FedEx. You're also helping to change the whole industry and the business environment around this question of embracing these new technologies like blockchain for business transformation. Your role in BITA, creating the Blockchain and Transportation Alliance, and leadership within that ecosystem is a wonderful thing. So I think on behalf not just of us, but of all the people who participate, thank you very much. And I hope the next time we see you will be face to face, maybe in Memphis. I tell you, I'd love to go back and get out my guitar or a keyboard or something and play in one of those bars in downtown Memphis like I did the last time I was there. But anyway, thanks again so much. And that's been a really wonderful conversation.
Well, thank you. We certainly welcome you to Memphis, but I'm not letting go of my trip to Toronto. I'm looking forward to that.
Thanks so much.
We'd like to introduce you to Permian Chain, a blockchain-based platform that brings 10 benefits. It reduces administrative costs. It reduces reliance on brokers. It creates a just-in-time system for oil and gas. It leads to a better understanding of the pressure points. It reduces wastage. It means that there is less opportunity for graft. It adds value earlier in the process. It enhances efficiency and lets project teams focus. It offers a comprehensive solution at the time the sector needs it. It attracts new liquidity to the sector. The platform enables E&P companies to catalog, manage, and create value from proven oil and gas reserves. It also offers data mining companies access to efficient natural gas power generation so that they can maintain profitable operations. In short, Permian Chain helps drive innovation, increase efficiency, and potentially bring down project costs. Sounds interesting, right? If you would like to learn more, visit our website at www.permianchain.com. Simply click on Register Your Interest, fill out the form, and a representative will contact you.
Do you remember when your idea was born? With an explosion of energy, it consumed your mind and heart. That was the beginning. Now, that idea is a seed in your hand, and you're looking for a place to plant and grow it so it can bear fruit. That's why Bosagora has built a new project-enabling protocol, a garden where people like you have already planted seeds, growing into a large community. At the beginning of every giant tree is an idea, a passion to change the world. Bosagora nurtures that. With our advanced technology, we'll help you with implementation so you can grow your seed without needing to know the blockchain technology. And we reward great ideas with Bosagora's fast blockchain platform and commons budget, which means if you've got a great idea but lack the funding, our community will vote to potentially fund it. Anyone holding BOA, our proprietary cryptocurrency, is eligible to join our community, creating a truly democratic environment. And because Bosagora participants believe in eternal values like democracy, advanced technologies like blockchain, and your idea have an advantage to grow to make the world better for you and for everyone. So bring your seed to Bosagora and make your first step to tomorrow today. Find out more at bosagora.io.
What a fantastic way to start off the day. This concludes the end of the main stage sessions for today, and we will be moving on to the vertical tracks for more great discussions. There are 4 tracks for you to choose from today. The first is trade and transportation. The second is purpose-driven ecosystems. The third is supply chains, and the fourth is platforms. Please select the session you wish to attend. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Andrew Dorcas, the head of global sales here at Art Media. Art Media is the global leader in holopresence technology. And since COVID-19, we've expanded our offering to include virtual global stage to meet the demand for virtual and hybrid meetings and events. Our patented technology can capture and simultaneously beam one or multiple presenters as live and lifelike holograms onto Art Media's holopresence displays and to our virtual global stage environment. Companies, universities, and governments can save valuable time and money while reducing CO2 gas emissions as a result of less travel. Additional benefits are the wow moments experienced by audiences and attendees, as well as higher levels of engagement, recall, and overall brand value. So if you're looking to broaden your reach to more audiences in a more innovative way, visit artmedia.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Dale Christie, business fellow and blockchain strategist at FedEx. As you can see from the previous panel, with Don Tapscott and our president and COO, Raj Subramaniam, and our CIO, Rob Carter, the fluency and support for blockchain and emerging technologies goes all the way to the highest levels of the company. While we have previously challenged U.S. Customs to mandate blockchain on the horizon so we can all work to build it together, I won't put Vinny on the spot today for a specific time commitment, though I believe you will be very impressed with the vision by our two rock star panelists and the amount of work that's been done to date. Let me start by introducing Cindy Allen, Vice President of Regulatory Compliance for FedEx Trade Networks. Cindy has been actively involved in the international trade industry on a consistent basis for 30 years and has held various positions in the import and export operations, consulting, compliance, and automation arenas. Previously, she served as Executive Director of the ACE Business Office at U.S. Customs and Border Protection, has testified before the U.S. House of Representatives Homeland Security Committee, and Cindy represents FedEx on the Customs Operations Advisory Committee, also known as PROACT. She's an amazing resource for FedEx and our customers in this space, and her knowledge of current laws and regulations is unparalleled. Cindy, welcome. Our other panelist is Vincent Annunziato, who has had a stellar 20-plus year career with U.S. Customs and Border Protection and is currently Director of Business Transformation and Innovation for CBP. In that time, Vinny moved up quickly within CBP and has led many high-profile projects, such as notable releases as the Partner Government Agency, or PGA, Single Window, Cargo Release, and Free and Secure Trade, also known as FAST. He's the recipient of 6 Commissioner Awards, including the Individual Ambassador Award for Trade Facilitation, and he too is a wealth of knowledge and is a great partner. Again, Vinny, welcome very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Dale.
Before we get to our discussion with Cindy and Vinny, I want to briefly recap our FedEx position on the impact of blockchain and emerging technologies in global commerce. Because we go to 220 countries and territories, our default position is essentially the International Space Station. And from that view, there is no FedEx, there is no industry, and there are no borders. As Raj mentioned a few minutes ago, we are at the unique intersection of the physical and the digital worlds. At the 2019 BRG event, Rob Carter said, when it comes to blockchain, we think open is the answer. And because of that, we don't think we can put a FedEx logo on it and have the world pay us to use it. Where we can reduce friction across borders, which is delays, paperwork, resources, etc., we win, our customers win, and global trade also wins. Last year, as one of the 3 member companies of the Global Express Association, along with DHL and UPS, we collectively wrote a position paper on blockchain and emerging technologies that was provided to the World Customs Organization and the World Trade Organization, which supports our point that we think it will take a co-opetition to build out a pro-competitive open source platform on which blockchain will be based. Hopefully that sets the stage, literally this global stage, for our discussion today. The stakes are certainly high. So now let's start with the rear view mirror view and some background for our panelists before we spend most of our time looking out the windshield at what we think is on the horizon. Cindy, let me start with you. I'll ask you both the same questions there to start. You're both fluent in what I would kind of jokingly call this obscure and some would describe as ancient language called clearance. How did you get started?
Do you know, it's funny because in international trade, I actually got started by answering an ad in the newspaper. How old is that? In 1987, I had moved to Detroit and needed a job. So I answered this ad in the paper. I had no idea what international trade was. I had no idea what an international border was. I had no idea what brokerage, customs, none of that. And I answered an ad in the paper and quickly fell in love with international trade and every aspect about it. And I've been lucky to have a very long, productive career focusing on that. And one of the things that excited me was things always change about international trade. There's new laws, there's new processes, there's new requirements that come out from the governments. And as international trade grew over the last 30, 40 years, the globe got bigger. And I say that because it used to be focused on our partners that shared borders with us, Canada and Mexico. And as international trade really took off, that became a more diverse trade routes and trade lanes. So I became just enamored with what could happen and what was important. And I remember there have been several major law changes in the 30 plus years that I've been involved in international trade. And with every one, there was a need for more and new data. Understanding what was coming into the government, understanding the risk to that, understanding the risk to the population, and then assisting clients in providing that information and how you could do that in our rapid pace. And pair that with the advancement in technology that we've had over that same 30 plus years. And you could see the opportunity for global trade advanced at the same rate as the technology, which has really brought us here today. I remember, I know many of our people that are listening to this are in Canada. It's a Canadian event. I'm sorry I can't be in Toronto, one of my favorite cities. But I really started getting involved in the technology aspect when I worked for a Canadian company, ironically on the US side. And we wanted to share data between our Canadian counterparts and the US counterparts. And that really started made us look at what is possible with technology. How can we do that? How can we share data? How can, the tomato farmers in Ontario go into a system, put their limited information in, and effect a clearance across the US border. So we set out to look at technology that could allow us to do that. And that led me to join CBP, where Vinny was on my team, where we were able to continue that advancement in technology and really continue to look at what was possible with systems and how we could not only take in data from the importers and exporters, but and provide that to the other government agencies and then other governments even. How do we make sure that data is interoperable and can be shared across all of those stakeholders into a system that makes sense for everyone? Part of my job was to reach out to the stakeholders. And I always said I had 3 stakeholders when I was at Customs. One was the importing and exporting public. One was Customs itself, because they had to use this system too. And the third really was the other government agencies. In the US, we have 47 different agencies that do have jurisdiction over importing or exporting in the United States. So that was clearly a challenge. And Vinny on our team really hit that ball out of the park. I know you mentioned that in his bio, but it really was critical for an interoperability system and really became the platform for the global systems to share data on one platform. So I've been passionate about international trade and really passionate about the technology and what it could do for us and the data really since I started.
Great. Thank you very much. That's a great start here. Vinny, how did you get started? What was it about the process that struck you, caused you to stick around, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, one thing I just want to comment on is when I used to work for Cindy, we got it down to the point where we didn't even have to talk anymore. She would just hold up a Nike, it was the Nike symbol, it was just, just do it. She would just hold up that little sign that said, just do it. And I just go off and do things. So it was a great working relationship, but, and I do miss you, Cindy. I started, my background is very varied. I had no idea I was going to wind up in customs. I started out, believe it or not, just a point of interest. I was working in Hollywood, trying to make it in the film and television industry. After about 5 or 6 years, I met my now beautiful wife, and we wanted to have a family. I needed a steady job. And my uncle, who had been working for the government as an agent, said to me, well, what about customs? I had never even thought about it, and next thing I know, I'm at the port. I got hired in Los Angeles. I worked passenger, I did cargo. I even did, I worked in courier for a while. That was one of my areas. And then a former supervisor went to DC at headquarters, and he called me. He said, hey, we got this job over here for the automated commercial environment. Now you got to understand, at the time, my wife was pregnant with our second child, and I had already asked her if we could go over to DC. And actually asked her 2 times beforehand, and it was a flat out no. So I'm nervously coming forward with this job announcement and asking her, what she thinks. And the next thing you know, she looks down at it, she reads the job description, because I said, honey, I said, this is me. And I put my head down, expecting to get, a tongue lashing. And she goes, okay. So I didn't know what okay meant. Does okay mean, okay, you read it? Okay, thanks for letting me know. It was okay, let's do it. And about 8 months later, with well, actually, it was my 3rd child. I think I said my 2nd, my 3rd child. 3rd child on the way, and 2 in the car. 8 days across the country, and I wound up in ACE. I loved ACE, the work on it. I found at a point that it was a natural for me. So I'm a business engineer. I get in between the end user and the technical staff. You have to take complicated things, break them down so the business folks understand them in regular language. And then you also have to be able to talk to the tech folks who often already have solutions before they've even seen the business problem. So you have to bring both those sides together. And I started out by working on truck and fast, free and secure trade, and just gradually, probably one of the few who has grown up in-house. I got promoted several times within team, and I got my director under Cindy, and then crossed over into the innovation area. And I love the work. I never would have thought that I would enjoy it this much, but I love creation. So you create something, and then you watch it develop into its maturity, and then you deploy it out nationally for everybody to use. And the single window was a huge, huge undertaking, much different than the work that I'm doing now in innovation. Cargo release, it was years that we spent on that. But one of the turnarounds that really got us there, for those of you who are into development, was the agile environment. Once we had kicked off into that, we were able to get the project done in about 3 years. So very, very tough time, but also very much worth it.
That's great. And thanks for the kind of foundational things. So one of the challenges we've had today, obviously we're at a blockchain conference, and we're going to talk about blockchain, right? But we've got 2 experts here in a very unique area of customs and clearance and crossing borders and things like that. And so my goal initially is to simply build the foundation. These are people that are experts in this space. And yet now we're going to start kind of turning the corner into, as you have become caretakers and experts in this language, you also became kind of a change agent in this language. And so as we kind of turn the corner now you've gone from, I know these processes really well, to here, we think we can do them better or differently, or whatever the case may be. And you have Cindy in her role and what she's done over the years, and now Vinny, who's now changed over into the innovation side of things. And then we're going to move into blockchain, and then we're going to look out on the windshield and look on the horizon and go from there. So stick with us if you would from that point of view, but I wanted to set that foundation. These are experts in an old language, but yet they're change agents. And I think that's pretty exciting and pretty interesting. So Cindy, let me start with you. Again, at some point, you and Vinny both shifted from being caretakers of really old processes to somebody who wanted to change those processes. So when did that happen, Cindy? Was it one particular event or incident? Just kind of walk us through some of that, if you would.
Do you know, it's funny you ask, is it one particular event? Because when we were developing an ACE, and for those of you who don't know what ACE is the Automated Commercial Environment, and it is the system that collects all of the international trade data that's coming in or out of the United States, makes it available for CBP to, weed out what they want to look at or don't want to look at. It's where all the other government agencies access all the international trade data. The trade statistics are pulled out of it, all of the reporting that you see, all of the deficit information that comes out for trade comes from the ACE system. So it's a massive system. And it actually was a replacement for a previous system. I think that when I really started looking at opportunities for change was we were rolling out a system for ocean carriers. And the ocean carriers, there was an issue. And I remember just thinking, it's going to cost the government millions and millions and millions of dollars to make this change, to fix this issue. And I went to the carriers and I said, okay, here's the problem. What do we do about this? This is going to take, 4 more months, going to cost millions of dollars. Is there something you can do? And they all got together and said, yeah, there's something that we can do. We can change this 2 things on our end, and we can make that change in 3 weeks. So I said, fantastic. And that really turned the corner for me, I think, to understand that it needs to be a partnership. As Vinny talked about Agile, that was the beginning of the discussion of how do we work collaboratively together and allow people to file information that makes sense to them in the time that they have it. And that led to a lot of conversations between Vinny and I about who has the data and why can't they file it at the time that they have it, and they are responsible for that data, instead of trying to funnel it into these pipelines. Because if you think about this massive system, how the government gets information into that is through pipelines. One from the customs brokers, one from carriers, another from other government agencies, and it all goes into that big system. And I used to get frustrated because we would try to push everything through that pipeline. And it was really limiting because only a few people had access to that pipeline. Only a few people could file information. As new players came into the game, it was very frustrating to me. I wanted, Vinny joked about, the Nike symbol, just go do it. And I remember, when I first came into the office, they would come in with a 40-page deck and try to go through this. And my eyes would glaze over about halfway through that. And we just got to the point where they'd come in with a 2-3 page deck and say, this is what we want to do. And I would say, makes sense, go do it. And that kind of evolved into Vinny, picking up the phone and saying, can I do this? And I'd be saying, go do it. So I told him he would have to get a Nike symbol right here. So when he picked up the phone, he'd just see, go do it, and just go do it and hang up the phone. But this we couldn't do. And we couldn't do it based on the limitations of technology that we had at that time. And when you look at the process, and Dale talked about an old process, we're really talking about a 200-plus-year-old process. Because when our country was born, we had steamships that would come up and dock at a port, and the vessel owner or vessel captain would take all the paperwork for everything on his vessel, walk up the steps at customs, and give that paperwork to them. And that was a manifest that had everything that was carried on that ship. And customs would assess the duty would get paid, the port would unload the goods, and it would go on. That manifest looks very strikingly similar to the manifest that we filed today in an automated fashion. It has the same components, the same information, and it's filed by a carrier. As FedEx, we are the largest airline. We file manifests electronically. And the only thing that has changed in those 200 plus years is we have automated pieces of the process. First, it was the whole process. Then we broke it up a little bit and filed those individually, and they were connected in the ACE system. But really, it's the same 200-year-old process. So I started challenging my team. How can we get to the point where we don't have multiple people filing the same data, and it really comes from the people it should, who have the data? If you are thinking about, a desk, a wooden desk, it's not the owner of that desk who buys that desk doesn't understand all the way back to the forest. And there is value in that data, understanding, what forest was this grown in? Is it part of a rainforest that's protected? Is this done in a sustainable way? What information do I need to actually confirm that? And then all through the manufacturing process. What happens today is when that good is coming across the border, however it gets here, we have to go back and collect all the information and feed it through that pipeline. And that's true of e-commerce, really. And that is due to the explosion. You heard Rob and Lawrence talk about both the explosion of e-commerce. To me, that really is a pivotal moment in our history, in that we have new and different players, the marketplaces, sellers, resellers of e-commerce, small and medium businesses that are keeping afloat by selling their goods online. How do we facilitate a process for them that really does change how we do business in that 200-year-old process. So really, it was driven by the need to let the people who had the data file it with the security that we need to move forward. And when I was thinking of that 10 years ago, we simply didn't have a technology that would allow us to do that.
That's great. And again, we're going to keep coming back to this. We're going to get to blockchain here in just a second, but she's just planted the seeds, and Vinny's going to do that again, I think, in just a second for his own journey as well. But it's just data, right? We're talking about data. We're talking about large amounts of data. We're talking about pipelines. We're talking about the same kinds of things, whether in this case it's a customs or a clearance or a crossing the border discussion, or it could be a natural gas or diamonds or all kinds of other things where it's just data, right? So Vinny, back to you as well, which is at some point you kind of made that turn from being a caretaker of this very old process into an agent of change. When did that happen? Was it a particular event or project or incident? Take us through that if you would.
So Dale, I've always been on the creative side of things in my career, and I've even gotten in trouble for it, sometimes having too many ideas. So it's not something that it just turned. Now, I will tell you that when we were working on ACE, one of the predictions I had made was that ACE would just be the beginning. And certainly I couldn't have seen what I see now. It was prophetic in a way. The thing that is different now, and I know we're getting into blockchain, but it's just the view in the engineering that we have. You know, Cindy made the comment of having processes that are 200 years old. Some of that's, of course, tongue in cheek, but some of that's legitimate. You know, you have a set way of doing things. In the old days, what you were trying to do was automate functions, right? So if somebody was doing something and it was laborious, you would try and automate it. But now I think the road that we're going down is really to look at the engineering prowess of what we could do if we can make that supply chain a bit smaller. You know, we're dealing with, on the custom side, the largest transactional system in the world by far. It's unbelievably daunting, the amount of data that we take in across the board. We came from a green screen into a more modernized system, but now what we have to do is start looking at the processes. One of the things that I've been working with the COAC on, and Cindy was part of this as well, is building a flexible system that adheres to how the supply chain moves. Flexible is not something you often hear out of the government, but yet I think we're moving into this. And just one last comment, and then I'll turn it back over to you, Dale. The new generation is coming in. You know, I love this group. A lot of the old timers like myself will make jokes about, you know, the kids getting the trophies and all of that, but this is a group that is socially conscious, very efficiency minded. And I think right now we're at a perfect juncture for the two generations to work together and bring about a perfected system, or at least lay down the foundation for it. You have a person like myself who's got experience with operations and systems, working with people who are hungry to make things more efficient. And I can tell you it's a dynamite way of bringing two different groups together, getting two different fields of thought, and coming out on the better end of what these systems can be. And I think you're going to see a stark change towards analysts in the future, as opposed to people doing everyday document moving. And that's what I'm looking forward to, a completely digital system in the future.
So thanks for that, Vinny. So one of the things that I get in conference materials and back with existing webinars and prior to that at conferences is one of the frequent questions is, how are you going to get the government to go along with some of these kind of crazy ideas you're talking about reducing friction across borders and all that stuff. We're not quite halfway into our panel, and you can see what the experts are saying here. Cindy gets it, Vinny gets it, and now here we go, right? So we're at a blockchain conference. Again, I'll start back with Cindy for maybe a moment or two. What was it about blockchain that got your attention? And then I'm going to ask Vinny the same question.
So I think that, when I talked about getting data from the parties that had the data and not having that technology, when I saw blockchain for the first time and saw the concept, I thought, this is it. This is really going to allow us to do what we had thought about and couldn't and were constrained from doing 10 years ago. And the wheels started turning, but at the same time, the environment around us was changing. We had a couple of things happening. One was the beginnings of the e-commerce explosion, which was definitely accelerated due to the pandemic that we're in now. But really, the e-commerce concept, bringing new and different players to international trade, companies that had never contemplated being, an importer or exporter, were now doing that. And consumers were going on and buying goods in greater and greater capacities through the internet. So you had a very new player to this who didn't have the opportunity or availability to file information. At the same time, the government, specifically U.S. Customs and Border Protection, were looking at the fact that they had 200-year-old processes, that they were looking from a functional technology and wanted to move forward. There was a project called the 21st Century Customs Framework, and it was really to look at how the process could be more focused on a business process and less on a government need. So instead of driven by those pipelines and driven by that 200-year-old process, what in the business world really could be utilized to facilitate the border crossings, yet still maintain that enforcement aspect and still maintain that ability to get the information in, look at it, and decide if the good was going to come into the United States and pay the proper amount of duty. So I think those two things really led to the recognition that the data, and some of the more staunch, trusted traders will say, don't say that. But really, data knows no borders. It doesn't really matter if the person who has the information is, in the rainforest or in Brazil or in the United States or somewhere in between. If they have the data, there should be an available measure to file that data. And I think that when I saw blockchain for the first time, I started getting excited about, the concept that we talked about 10 years ago. And even further back, I remember 15, 18 years ago, one of the early secretaries at the Department of Homeland Security at a trade symposium with about 700 people in the room, at that point talked about an international data warehouse and how really all of the data could be filed in this warehouse and different parties could access it. And I just remember the collective gasp in the room. Oh my gosh, what is he talking about? No one's ever going to do that. How do we secure our data? Who would have control of that data? Why would anyone want all of that data? And fast forward, 15, 18 years later, and his concept is really based in blockchain. And I picked up the phone a few years ago and called that secretary. His name is Michael Jackson. Very hard to forget that name. And I said, do you see this as really the culmination of your vision? And he said, absolutely. He said, I'm retired now, but it's very exciting to think that what the vision was, a decade ago can now be reality because of the technology. So I think there's some history even there of the ideas, but really now is the time to harness that.
Great, Cindy, thanks. Again, Vinny, a similar question, if you want to add anything to that. What was it about blockchain that got your attention?
So when I first got picked up on innovation, I have 17 years of development experience behind me. So the worst words you can say to me are something is easy, just, all you have to do, because whenever I hear those words, I cringe because I one data element can hit 19 different parts of your system and cause massive programming. So I got pulled into blockchain to go do a conference. It just started, didn't even really know what it was. I knew about Bitcoin. And I was put in a position where people were trying to get me to cheerlead for it, and I remained skeptical. And I say that because I want your audience to know that this isn't something that I just adopted and said, go. I was highly skeptical of it. I started to understand that the program is, blockchain is a niche program. It's the safest way to secure your data over the internet. That is by far its role. But ironically, it wasn't the technology that really got me in the sense of, if we deployed this technology, we could do it. It was, I'll steal your line, Dale, the team sport of data view. The idea or the concept, and this is what Cindy was alluding to, that everybody in the supply chain can partake, can actually be a part of that supply chain and doing their job or part of their role, so that we're bringing together the data gradually as opposed to all at once. You have to understand that the architecture right now, and I'll just briefly state this, is that, as Cindy said, you're either, if you're an importer or you're a broker, you take all of that data in, it gets dumped into ACE. ACE then puts all that data out to the partner government agencies. The partner government agencies process what they have to. They then return status notifications. We have to wait for them all to come in, and then we send them back out to the trade. The blockchain architecture is much more simple, much more real-time oriented. Somebody sends something in from the outside, all the parties that need to know and are involved get the data at the same time. This way, when somebody's processing from the other side, it simply sends that data, the messaging back out. There's no in-betweens. And I think that's the way that the future is going to move. So I'll leave it at that, Dale.
Excellent. No, thank you for that. Again, these are comments that people are hearing for the very first time, because those that kind of look at government from afar and just say, how are you going to get them to do that? You're really personalizing this and really sharing, this is a current journey and this is a current vision and how you came to that as an expert, and now shifting into the innovation piece. So Cindy, back to you, maybe just for a couple of minutes, if we could, where I'm keeping an eye on the clock here, but just for a couple of minutes. So we've now agreed basically to streamline, or to kind of take the challenge on of streamlining these decades old processes. What is the vision and where do we start?
So after coming to the realization that blockchain really is something that could do what so many people had tried to do, get the data from these diverse players in the international trade arena and make that available. So blockchain comes into being, and Customs actually had what they called a pitch day. They asked companies to come in and say, what is your idea for blockchain? What do you think this can do for us? What would you propose to build with us together as we move forward? And so we basically made a proposal, and as part of that pitch day, talking about a marketplace type of sale. So anyone who knows me knows I love shoes. So I order shoes. Vinny's laughing. I love shoes. So I go online now because I can't go stroll around Nordstrom's and Macy's and Saks Fifth Avenue. So I go online to buy a pair of shoes. And I go on a marketplace, any name that you want to name, and I buy a pair of shoes. And for me, it's a US based company. I'm thinking, great, they're going to go to their warehouse and send it to me, but that's really not what happens. And people don't understand the complexities of, pushing that button and suddenly it's at your door, because companies like FedEx make it easy. We want you to have it easy. We want you to just, as the goods are coming to your door, you're like, Don said in the previous panel, oh my gosh, I would open the door and think, here are these goods 2 days later. And that's what we want the consumers to experience. But what really happens is much more complex. And we actually, when I go online and I buy that pair of shoes from a marketplace, the marketplace then tells the seller, hey, seller, Cindy bought this pair of shoes, send it to her. And if it's a domestic transaction, they go to the warehouse, they send that pair of shoes to me. But more likely than not, what happens is that seller says, great, marketplace pays the seller, keeps their little bit for facilitating the sale. The seller then goes over to sometimes a manufacturer's agent and says, hey, Cindy bought this pair of shoes. I'm going to pay you for it. Tell the manufacturer to make these pair of shoes. And then that agent tells the manufacturer, Cindy bought this pair of shoes, send them to her. There's a financial transaction there. Then the manufacturer, if it's a small to medium-sized company that doesn't have fantastic, shipping rates, they are going in with other manufacturers and they're trying to get better rates for transportation, facilitate the e-commerce a little bit easier. And that manufacturer's reseller, we call them, gathers all the shoes together from the different manufacturers and ships them into the United States. So what happens is when I get that pair of shoes, what I see is that reseller to me, and I have no idea all of the parties in between that marketplace and that reseller, and neither does customs. So what they see on that invoice is that reseller and the pair of shoes. They have no idea how I bought them. They have no idea what started that transaction. They have no idea, unless it's on the paperwork itself, they have no idea where it was manufactured, using what components, at what value, all of those sales in between. That's invisible right now because we're trying to shove all of the information into one pipeline, and that is that one pipeline. Our concept to CBP was on the blockchain, and then every successive party puts their little block on that blockchain, and it has a linear block, that line that goes from the actual Cindy bought the pair of shoes to Cindy received the pair of shoes, and allows CBP access along the way so that they can see that. And if you start with that very simple concept, it solves a lot of the problems that CBP has in e-commerce. It gives them visibility to all the parties to the transaction. It helps them combat intellectual property rights violations. It ensures that the valuation is proper. It ensures if they have to pay duty, they're paying the right amount. And if you think about that whole process, it allows them to make those decisions earlier in the process. And then from a consumer standpoint, I would have availability to know where in the process my pair of shoes is, so I can know when I'm going to get it. Because let's face it, not everybody wants their pair of shoes tomorrow. Now, if I'm going to the ball, I want them tomorrow. But if I'm gonna, I need them for business in three weeks, I'm okay if it's gonna take a little bit longer. And supply chains have adjusted to that variable speed method. This would allow me to know in that process. And then if you think about that and you expand it a little bit more, well, what if the manufacturer was able to get information about their suppliers so that they could determine if they're qualifying for a duty reduction, through a free trade agreement of some kind. And suddenly that one line becomes more like a fishing net. If you think about the fishing net and it has those connection points are really blocks of data. And to me, that's what blockchain is all about, the blocks of data that can connect in many different ways and be accessed in many different ways. And in that manner, I think that this is the future of international clearance and data collection. So I don't think it's limited just to this e-commerce platform. I think that this could be adopted globally and really make the information available as it's needed. Because not only does U.S. Customs need that, but many times the country it's exporting from needs a little bit of information. So why put that in a system, two different systems twice? Give the people who need the information access to the information. Allow the people who have the information to put it on there, and then marry that together in a way that makes sense from a business perspective. So that's really what our pitch to CBP was, to make sure that we have the availability. And I am very grateful to work for a company like FedEx, who is technology forward and understands that innovation is really where we need to be. So we quickly were able to bring together a team to work with CBP and some of our other partners to really make this a visionary process for the future. So we're kind of at that envisioning stage of how we're going to do this. We have the idea. Now we're going to have to bring in a coalition of trade members to really move that forward. As Dale said, we don't think that this is proprietary. It's really the foundation information. We'll build information to take data from our customers on top of that, but that fishing net needs to be the foundation of what we're building today. So I know that was a long-winded explanation, but it's something I'm really passionate about right now. Thanks, Dale.
Excellent. No, that was great. Thanks so much for adding the color to that. Vinny, I've heard you talk about imagining a world where these things can take place. Please paint that picture for us.
Sure, but Dale, I'd first like to comment that I thought the 5th largest economy in the world was the Port of Long Beach, and now I believe it's shoes. I got to tell you, I had the privilege of leading 45 people, a mixture of government and private sector folks on a journey for imagining that future. And I can't go into too much detail on it, but I mentioned the word flexibility. We found that the government wasn't involved in really the early phases of the supply chain. And that's a lot of where we need the most information. Where are the supplies coming from that the manufacturers are ordering? What's going on from the point that the manufacturer is moving, moving the freight between that and the carrier? Getting those views are very, very important. And excuse me, we have, as Cindy mentioned, some of the old processes. Do we really need entry banks anymore? How come we can't take the line of an entry and tie that down to the shipment? These are all things that we've started discussing. We also found out that in a lot of companies have most of the data up front. So taking that data in as it becomes available, making it so that we can properly identify the product, the country of origin, then seeing that tie into purchase orders and invoices and shipment documents. Very, very important. But mainly what I want to say here is that for the first time in my career, we're not sacrificing security for facilitation or vice versa. And I think that is probably the most important piece that I could get through to everybody now. By adopting the new technologies and the new processes that we're looking at, we can make the country more secure. We can have greater engagement with the trade, more of a partnership. And then we can build up the speed, in which we take things in. So you're securing the consumer, and then you're speeding it up to help the economy. And that is probably the most exciting part for me, is to see that happening. The old way of doing business, where the government shoehorned in programming and said, this is what we want, this is how we want it, and this is how you're going to deliver to us, we need to move on from that and start looking at it from the natural processes of the supply chain. So anyway, Dale, that's kind of the vision that we're moving forward with. We are very excited about a number of blockchain projects that we have going on, e-commerce being one of them, food safety, pipeline, steel, and then even natural gas. We're starting to look at all of that. And the big thing that we're starting to do is look at the pre-arrival, pre-release data. So I'll stop there and let you head us into the next segment, or I think we're closing soon as well, but wherever we're at.
Yeah, so again, thank you so much. It's just fascinating to hear two experts in this, as I said, that started with this system that they spent years and years and years learning. And now they're literally at the tip of the spear, changing something that is not only from a U.S. Customs point of view, but the shadow that is cast from U.S. Customs globally in this space And again, we've talked about crossing borders, reducing friction across borders, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to skip what we had another one built in there a little bit, but in the essence of time, we've got about 5 minutes before I want to stop and get to Q&A. So let's just jump to the final one here, maybe just a couple of minutes each for you. Again, at this point, let's really go out on the horizon. Let's discuss what the future looks like. Cindy first, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years out. What might clearance look like at that point in the U.S. and globally? Is there a call to action from your point of view on the trade side? If so, what does that look like? Just whatever you'd like to say, maybe for 2 or 3 minutes, just about your predictions for the future.
I think the international trade is going to continue to evolve. I think we are moving less from the business to business and more from business to consumer and even consumer to consumer. I really think that that's the future. We see that certainly in the difference in business that we have as a company and in international trade. And I think CBP sees that as well from that aspect. We continue to live in a very volatile regulatory environment where regulations are changing, processes are changing both in the U.S. as well as globally. Many of those changes are driven by trade tensions, but some of them are driven by systems that now give the governments better analytics and better tools to determine who needs to be looked at, what needs to be stopped, and where the violations are. And I think that the data analytics will continue to grow to the point where, as Vinny said, we'll stop looking at goods on a plane by plane or boat by boat aspect and look at, each pair of shoes that are coming in and determine what is the risk factor there. And do I need to look at this? Do I not need to look at this? What level of information do I need to examine? And let me look on that net and see where that information is. So I really do think that, because we each have, these devices that we can just go on and order something, I think that we are starting to see shipments and data in the same way that we'll look at individual components of it instead of looking at that overall, what's in that boat, what's in that plane. We'll start looking at what are each of these shipments and who are the parties and what data points are in that net of information that I can pull out. And it will allow much more flexibility. It'll enable small and medium-sized companies to be a part of international trade like we've never seen before, because they'll have the availability to put that information on. I know that everyone thinks, oh my gosh, international shipments are hard. You need all of this information. You need to know all of these things. But if you can file your little piece of data and that enables the next person, one of the great things about blockchain is you hold hands with the people before and after you, and you don't necessarily need to know the entire chain. But if I can file my piece and pass it on to the next person, it becomes much simpler in the process. And I'm like Vinny, talking about simplifying an international processes, I was really skeptical at first, but I could definitely see where we're going in the future with this. And I think there's a lot of opportunity, certainly for companies, like ours, to make that information available to our clients, but also with CBP to take that information in a manner that allows them to look at the parties beforehand. So we have more predictability. When that plane comes in, we know these 3 shipments are going to be looked at. Everything else can go through the process, or that boat, we can prioritize what containers need to come off because they're going to be facilitated, and then the rest of them are going to be examined. So that predictability, reduction in complexity, which really will lead to a reduction in costs to be an international part of international trade overall. So I'll leave it there, Dale.
Great. Cindy, thanks so much. Vinny, maybe a couple of minutes before we get into Q&A. Again, This is your moment to look out on the horizon, 5, 10, 15 years, et cetera.
Yeah, Dale, if I'm looking way out at the future, I'm starting to see, autonomous vehicles bringing in freight, transmitting what they have on board, smart sensors that can tell us whether or not something's been tampered with, the refrigeration level if necessary, all of those things. Blockchain is not a bright shiny object, it's a background program. And I think it ties together all of these technologies. It's going to enhance our AI for both the private sector and the government in ways we never thought of. I see the world getting smaller. I see governments exchanging data, knowing that it's tamper-proof data coming from the governments that we can identify on the chain. Yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk much about interoperability standards at all, but the work the government's been doing on that, DHS, S&T, and CBP, will make it so that even if you can't do blockchain now, your legacy system will be able to interoperate, communicate. Also, new technologies such as the Tangle will be able to interoperate as well. The standards that we're using will move across all those technologies. So I do see being able to follow the goods coming off the manufacturing line, tracking it all the way into the US, and a point where the consumer will be able to go and legitimately scan a barcode and know whether or not the product they've gotten is legitimate product from the company that they ordered. I think that is the big payoff in the end, and I see that coming down the road in the future.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Again, we've just talked about data. What can it do? Again, in this case, we were talking about customs and clearance data. It could be a number of other things, but we talked about reducing friction across borders. And these two experts have just made that case, which is it's just data. It's very complex, but we can improve the speed. We can reduce delays. We can reduce paper. Again, this paints a very exciting picture of the future. So at this point, let's flip over and see if there's any questions out there. We've still got a few minutes left, and hopefully, if there are, we'll address those. Okay, I'm going to try to read these for those of you who may not be able to read that, but aggregating order books of world's exchange is an incredible claim. How will Orion Protocol access liquidity and trading pairs and swap pools? I'm not sure. Is that a question that we're familiar with?
I don't know what the Orion.
I'm not sure. Let's go to the next question here. I'm not quite sure what that one is. May have been from a. Okay, so there's no more questions. We've got just a couple of moments here to wrap up. Again, this is an honor to have worked through this and to continue this relationship. Not only to do that, but to share that with the audience today. Again, blockchain. The goal here is to demystify this. It's not. It is a technology discussion, but it's not only a technology discussion. And so when we can get it into specific use cases and business cases, and Cindy and Vinny have done a fantastic job of that today, we can now apply those. Now we can get it into the C-suite. Now we can look at this and say, well, what about risk and opportunity for my company? Well, everyone is leaning into e-commerce. We are all purchasing more and more things. That's not going to change. When you add counterfeit and that whole process to this, we get authenticity out of that product. So if Vinny's got a product that he's shipping, we can ensure that that's a Vinny original, right? And at that point, all these dots all start connecting. Cindy can now know where shoes are from a customer point of view. She can track and trace those from that point of view. Again, these are all just business processes. Today, we focused on customs and clearance, but other business processes look very similar to that, which is how can we reduce friction? How can we reduce the number of handoffs? And by doing so, we speed things up, we reduce cost, we improve visibility. And I think that was a lesson that was very well stated today. So with that, again, Cindy, I thank you. Vinny, I thank you. It's been an honor. And thanks very much for your time listening to us today. And with that, we'll wrap up. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Alan Dickinson with IBM, and I wanted to take just a moment to introduce you to the next topic and next speaker in the platform track here at Blockchain Revolution Global. We're going to talk about blockchain after the hype, helping with COVID and moving us beyond into a trusted future. The speaker today on this session is going to be Jerry Como. Jerry is an IBM fellow, and that's the highest technical designation position at IBM. He's the vice president of blockchain technology, and some people actually call him the Genesis block at IBM for blockchain because he was the first person that kind of started the momentum around blockchain at IBM. He has testified before Congress a couple times on how governments can take advantage and support this important technology. And he's one of the authors of the book, Blockchain for Business. You can get a preview of that book by visiting ibm.com/blockchain. Recently, he's also wears another hat at IBM as the CTO of IBM's hybrid cloud integration. And now I'd like to turn the call over to Jerry.
Yeah, thanks. The hype is over. I had jet black hair before we started this blockchain mission in December of 2015, and now I run, the ticket desk for Hyperledger Fabric, and watching you all using it and saying, oh, we need this to do this. So I know it's out there. I know it's being used. I know it's in production in many cases. So the hype is over, and that's kind of what this talk is and a little bit about where we're going. All right, so I just said this, and here's some data from Deloitte. They asked their followers to describe, the best view of the relevance of blockchain in their organization coming in the coming 24 months. And, we see that we're still making progress. There are top 5 strategic priorities, and that's growing. And the other ones show at best the same level of interest, and in many cases, blockchain continues to increase. And when you get right down to it, this is, you think about things like, in IBM, artificial intelligence and what we started with, Deep Blue back in the Kasparov chess contest, was that the 70s, late 70s, early 80s? And then the infamous Jeopardy, in the, early 2000s, late 90s, I don't know exactly when that was, but look at the time from hype to now the reality of AI. And I think you'll all agree, based on our 5-year track record at Hyperledger, we're tracking ahead of that hype curve, right? So you're going to see examples, right? And because when you come right down to it, the use cases are pretty straightforward and quite relevant, as we're going to see in the next slide. Data validation, data access sharing, identity protection. These are basic functions of enterprise, but blockchain provides a transformative way to address these things. And we're going to see those examples as we go. So it's not just a nicer mousetrap, it's fundamental. Bringing a group together, bringing communities together to work to solve a problem, whether that problem is data validation, data sharing, identity protection, and we'll see that in the examples. But wait, something happened on the way to the show, right? Now, if I was giving this talk in February, it would be a very different talk. This world pandemic, we're experiencing this together. It's impacting industries generously across. Some are experiencing significant headwinds. Some are kind of getting a boost and a lift. But there is a couple things, whether you have tailwinds propelling you, like healthcare. Think about in a hospital, the need to bring on more health professionals and rapidly bring them in to your organization, vet them, make sure their data and credentials are accurate. So even though you have these tailwinds, this environment is forcing change where speed and data accuracy is paramount. And then for those who are experiencing headwinds, like the travel and tourism industry, we will get a vaccine. I want to make sure the person I'm sitting next to on the plane has been vaccinated without giving me too much information about their private life. So I want to, somehow anonymize that information, but have some certainty when I go through the TSA in New York City to get to an international flight that, on the whole, it's safe. And I think that will propel things. And go on, the hygiene products, ventilators, take a hygiene product. How do we know the authenticity, the provenance, that it actually was produced by who it claims to be produced by, and it contains what it claims to actually contain? How do we prove that, right? So I think this is the challenge, but also the opportunity for blockchain. So I see COVID is what it is. We are adapting as a worldwide community, and I see blockchain as something that will hasten the relief of Corona. So let's go on with a couple of real examples here. So I talked, we in the U.S., Ford Motor Company started producing ventilators, and I hear, companies, famous clothes manufacturers are producing designer masks. But how do we get them into the supply chain? I don't know of any hospital that has Ford on their approved vendor list. I don't know about the companies you work for. I would say IBM is a standard big company. A new supplier takes 45 days on average to become a supplier to the IBM company. I talk to others. That doesn't seem unreasonable. And during this process, there's regulations about bringing on suppliers, vetting them, making sure they have the credentials and all of this kind of stuff. So 45 days is not unreasonable. Well, unless speed and, what we just talked about with the current conditions of Corona, we need to onboard new medical suppliers, et cetera. So the Trust Your Supplier network, our friend Morali is from Chainyard. It was done in partnership with Chainyard before this happened, but it's just in time because we were able to pivot this network to be more applicable to medical suppliers and hospital buyers and create flexibility in the supply chain with speed. So that the idea is, like, if you already signed on to a major hospital as a supplier, and there are other hospitals that are part of that network, the Trust Your Supplier network, instead of taking 45 days, maybe it takes 5 days. And that 5 days could make all the difference if you're trying to, bring in new ventilators into your company. So again, a big deal, blockchain just in time, not hype, real. And, with a little pivoting, just in time pivoting, the Trust Your Supplier network is right there when the world needs it. Data, trust in data. And I think this has multiple dimensions. This is the MIPASA information hub focused around coronavirus data. So it's a data hub where there is third-party validation for data sources, like coronavirus information from different regions around the world, the World Health Organization, et cetera. So it's a hub of validated data sources where developers can come and mash up and create new views on existing data with speed, because the sources of those data, that data is trusted. And it's not that it's, maliciously untrustworthy, but it's just, in the race for speed, sometimes things get sloppy, out of order, misplaced, et cetera. So having that provenance of where the data came from, who it came from, in an immutable, auditable way, gives you peace of mind to move at speed. And that's what we're seeing. I said there was two sides to this story. So this is running today. It's actually powered by Hyperledger Fabric and is running, parts of it are running on the IBM blockchain network. However, other members of the community who were also in and around Hyperledger got involved. So Oracle is a competitor of IBM, But for this case, they said, hey, we have a commercial offering that is a commercial distribution of Hyperledger Fabric. We want to join in. So perhaps in one of the first world scale level interoperability use cases, we have the MiPasa network as a distributed network between IBM Cloud and Oracle Cloud. And we also now have Microsoft talking about participating as well, right? So it proves also the importance of open source de facto standards and interoperability, right? And I think, again, just in time, it's not hype, it's really out there doing the job. All right, so with that said, that's where we are today, where we're going. And I just want to touch on this data from Gartner, because it does track some of the things that we are seeing, that we've been in a blockchain inspired world where POCs rule, and now we're really into the blockchain complete stage where we're going past the POC and we're actually going into production. And then the third phase, and I'm going to talk about that on this next slide, is what I like to call blockchain inside. We don't talk a lot about AI. We talk about Alexa and what it delivers. And there's AI inside, but it's powering an outcome, right? And I see this now really building up. Because you see, folks, blockchain we're seeing does one thing that, again, is just in time. And that is bringing algorithmic trust and acting as a nexus of new technologies, which are critical in today's world where self-service, automation is digital services are paramount. So algorithmic trust versus reputational trust. And let me pick on AI, because it's something actually I am focusing on. If you go to my LinkedIn, you can read an article about the relationship between blockchain, AI, and IoT. And quite frankly, as I really look into AI and the creation of models and fueling those models with training data, I scratch my head and say, how can the consumer world actually consume this? In food, the FDA, in the US came along, like many other regions around the world, and said, you got to put food labels to say where this food came from and that it does indeed contain sugar or nuts that may be potentially harmful to your health. But there's no such thing on an AI-based or IoT product. It's like, yeah, this was trained. It could have been trained by the pharmacy that's trying to sell you those drugs, that doctor advisor, right? So how do we gain trust? Algorithmic trust, not reputational trust. The folks at IBM were all Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, so they're trustworthy, loyal, helpful, No. It's that plus proofs, right? And I think when you look at the future of blockchain inside, right? This example of we have at least 2 or 3 customers. I believe one is in production with this car sharing app, right? And when you look at what it brings together across AI and IoT, how blockchain is fueling that trust, right, to allow these applications to run at speed, detecting where the cars are available, mapping out where chargers are, being able to set up smart contracts for making sure you have your insurance, your payments, and everything aligned, right? And doing this all in a hands-free, corona-friendly way, right? So again, this is where the future is trending. Blockchain at the nexus of these new technologies, not necessarily as a thing unto itself, but really as that algorithmic trust factor that we need to allow the digital world to occur at speed. All right, let's keep going. All right. Another thing, a future thing, is tokens. And people come to me all the time and want to get into the details of frameworks and interoperability between frameworks. All major frameworks support the creation of digital assets. That's what they do. What they don't do necessarily is allow an easy way to unlock the value in networks, right? And I think the rise of tokens and some of the token standards that are starting to appear and the frameworks that are starting to implement these standards is a critical future thing, because it's going to unlock the value in these disparate networks to allow a web of these enterprise networks to come together so that value can be trustfully exchanged, right? So I think, this is a piece that we continue to look at and foster forward as a cross interoperability play. I think interoperability of frameworks is a longer road to toe. Interoperability of assets and exchange of assets is much more achievable and actually valuable when you look at the supply chains and questions and the networks that are available. So what's underneath all of this, right? The rise of enterprise blockchain is changing everyday life for the better. So how did we get here in IBM? And I think it's a fun and interesting journey. I put my kids through school because of transaction processing. Technologies related to, and IBM has maintained leadership in the years. It's something we focus on. It's something that matters to our customers. Transaction processing with speed and integrity. So I got my antenna up, and then, some time ago, out to lunch, a few of my colleagues were Bitcoin mining. And, after just talking about, getting past the get rich quick side of it, I started really getting to understand what this thing called blockchain was, maybe in 2014, circa. And then relating it back to transaction processing. And I said, okay, from a new type of currency, it's interesting. But if there are 1,000 applications for this, Bitcoin was one, cryptocurrency was one. What about the other 999? So what about the other applications? And then the violin started playing when I saw Ethereum, and specifically this notion of smart contracts. So I really fell in love with that notion because for me, that was the answer. Smart contracts were the answer to bridging this technology out to multiple industries and multiple use cases. But we needed something that we can stand behind. And I was having a conversation with someone telling me that their public network technology doesn't fork, meaning the ledgers cannot become inconsistent. And I said, why is that? And they said, well, we have all of these computer scientists that have done proofs that this technology will not fork. And we'll show you the proofs, we'll take you through it. I said, I don't want to see the proofs. I want to talk to the people that wrote the code. Because last I checked, they're probably human, and humans make errors. And then what are you going to do? Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters when a problem occurs? And then when that problem occurs, your decentralized network becomes the most centralized piece because someone has to come in. How do you upgrade that network? Oh, no, so somehow there's magic in computer science over the software doesn't have to be upgraded. So these practical performance, upgradability, maintainability, it's a thing. It's a thing. And it's why people look at companies like IBM to stand behind software. So we had to get behind a piece of software that we can trust its provenance, no pun intended. So, or we donated some code, which became the found. It's not that I had this complete love affair or religious bias to Hyperledger Fabric. It's Ghostbusters. It's who are you going to call? Like when you have to actually remediate and do something about something, because stuff is going to happen. Believe me, I've seen it all in the 5 years of stuff happening. You need to go in there, humble yourself, and fix it. And you have to have the ability and the skills to go do it, right? So our investment as a community in Hyperledger Fabric, you can't be great at 5 things, right? You could be great at 1 or 2 things. So this is one of our bets. The result, and this number fluctuates, but we're over 1,000 networks. The majority of those networks are experimental. We see a consistent 10%, that number is probably going up, that are becoming production. So, in the 100 now, probably even getting close to 200 in that really active consortia. And again, several of these are changing everyday life. So, Hyperledger Fabric is software. It's good software. It's part of a greenhouse of growing good software at the Linux Foundation's Hyperledger project. we, like several other vendors, have a commercial distribution of that open source project. It is authentic to that open source. We pick the GitHub build. We run a battery of tests through it. We deem a particular version, a build of Hyperledger Fabric, the build, because it passed all the tests. We containerize it. We sign the container as, we just gone through all of this stuff, and this one really authentically does this, and it becomes the foundation of what we call the IBM blockchain platform. We enhance it with some advanced tooling. We enhance it with some open source deployment technologies and kind of marrying Fabric to Kubernetes so that it can run just about anywhere. And that's kind of the essence of the IBM blockchain platform. It runs on the IBM cloud. It runs on AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, and on your own premises. And combinations thereof, because after all, this is a network technology, and we actually just proved that this will also work with Oracle's commercial distribution of Hyperledger Fabric, and I'm sure AWS's version will work as well. The tooling technology, while it is unique to the IBM blockchain platform, the team is under an agreement that the tooling produces 100% Hyperledger Fabric compatible artifacts, which means if you want to pick up your network and move it someplace else, you have all the right to do that. You're not locked in by IBM. So that's kind of the flexibility of this open architecture that we know of as IBM blockchain platform. Red Hat has this quite interesting marketplace of predominantly open software, where we now have the IBM blockchain platform sitting. You can actually try it for free. It actually deploys to containers of your choice. So you can actually try it. But more importantly, not only can you try the code, we also have put some code patterns out there where you can actually get busy with different usage patterns, like we talked about earlier, the data verification, the data exchange, shared data, et cetera. So it's out there, it's free. This is beyond hype. It's just in time, given the world we're living in right now. And, I thank, all of the community involved, because we're really seeing in these times the importance of open source, the importance of community-led. So thank you for your time.
Olá a todos, aqui é Carl Amorim, do Blockchain Research Institute do Brasil. Gostaria de dar boas-vindas ao nosso painel Brasil do Blockchain Revolution Global, que é um evento de iniciativa do Blockchain Research Institute, a maior instituição de pesquisa hoje sobre blockchain no mundo e aqui no Brasil representada desde 2017 pela nossa organização. O Blockchain Research Institute desenvolve pesquisas em diversas verticais, serviços financeiros, varejo, governo, energia, educação, transporte, manufatura, saúde, mídia, tecnologia e recursos naturais. E há 2 anos organizamos esse evento abordando o uso do blockchain em todas essas verticais. Hoje nós estamos com um painel, gostaria de chamar aqui o senhor Paulo Perrotti, presidente da Câmara de Comércio Brasil-Canadá, parceiro do Blockchain Research Institute do Brasil, que vai apresentar os nossos dados e vai moderar esse painel falando dos desafios da implantação do blockchain no Brasil. Oi, Paulo, tudo bem? Como é que vai?
Olá, Cal, tudo bem? Como vai? Muito obrigado pela oportunidade de estar aqui de novo contigo. Já estivemos presentes, né, no Blockchain Revolution em Toronto, e é muito bom poder estar aqui novamente contigo, auxiliando, como Carl Amorim. Meu nome é Paulo Perrotti, sou presidente da Câmara de Comércio Brasil-Canadá. Nós incentivamos o BRI e estamos sempre juntos, desde o início das operações, porque nós acreditamos que o blockchain é uma tecnologia muito importante para o desenvolvimento da economia brasileira. Diria assim, porque nós temos pessoas muito importantes que vai falar um pouquinho de cada área, e eu vou começar a apresentar aqui nossos painelistas, né, dessa mesa redonda que é a respeito dos desafios na implementação do blockchain no Brasil, tá ok? Nós temos o Raul Siqueira, que é advogado, especialista em ética e compliance pela Society of Corporate Compliance and Ethics e pela Legal Ethics and Compliance, membro da International Compliance Association e do Instituto Brasileiro de Direito Empresarial, bem como do Instituto Paranaense de Compliance. Foi secretário-geral da Comissão de Gestão Pública, Transparência e Controle da Administração e conselheiro da Comissão de Direito da Cidade da Ordem dos Advogados do Brasil, seção Paraná. Ele também no estado do Paraná, dentre suas experiências profissionais, incluem a de procurador jurídico e controlador-geral do Serviço Social Autônomo Paraná Cidade, bem como da Secretaria de Estado de Desenvolvimento Urbano do Paraná, coordenador jurídico da Coordenação da Região Metropolitana de Curitiba, assessor jurídico da Casa Civil do Paraná e da Secretaria de Estado do Governo, bem como assessor jurídico da Secretaria Especial do Controle Interno do Paraná e assessor jurídico do Instituto de Tecnologia do Paraná, TecPar, dentre outros. Não sei como ele arranja tempo para fazer tudo isso. Parabéns, Raul. Temos também o Jorge Marcel Smetana, que esteve com a gente também em Toronto, no evento do BRI, né, e é formado com mestrado em Engenharia Elétrica, Computação e Sistemas Digitais pela Escola Politécnica da USP, trabalhou na Scopus em projetos de mobile banking e mobile payment, internet banking, seguros e gamificação. Atualmente é especialista do Departamento de Pesquisas e Inovação do Bradesco, sendo responsável pela frente de blockchain e distributed ledger. Também contamos com Felipe Choubanian, que possui uma jornada acadêmica em cursos de Engenharia Aeronáutica na Universidade de São Paulo, campus de São Carlos, e Administração de Empresas da Universidade Presbiteriana Mackenzie. Também pós-graduado em Finanças Corporativas e Investment Banking pela Fundação Instituto de Administração, também conhecido como FIA. Mais de 14 anos de experiência profissional no mercado financeiro nacional, atuando sempre em grandes instituições do mercado como gestor nas áreas de planejamento e controle. Atualmente, mestrando em Inteligência Artificial pela Escola Politécnica da Universidade de São Paulo e foi coordenador operacional do C2D, que é o Centro de Ciência de Dados da Politécnica, desde o seu projeto até o seu lançamento e consolidação de suas pesquisas. Além disso, é cofundador da BibChain, da Sapia e da Folio Chain. Contamos, por último, painelista aqui, o Daniel Fisman, economista, pós-graduado na FGV em Gestão Econômica e Financeira de Empresas e com 8 anos de experiência no mercado financeiro. Atualmente atua na área de finanças da Vale, como analista financeiro sênior. Vamos começar, então, aqui com o Raul, né, que aí atua na parte pública, né, do estado do Paraná, e gostaria de saber um pouquinho como é que está sendo a aplicação do blockchain na área pública, porque muito se ouve também, né, das iniciativas privadas que atuam nessa área de blockchain. Como é que está a área pública? Né? Como é que está o projeto do Paraná utilizando a tecnologia blockchain para atender melhor o seu cidadão?
Olá, Paulo. Antes de responder essa indagação, gostaria de agradecer aqui a BRI, ao Cal Morim, a toda a sua equipe, pelo excelente evento que vem desenhando e vem trabalhando no dia de hoje. Agradecer você, Paulo, pela acolhida e pela condução desse painel. Atualmente estou como Controlador-Geral do Estado do Paraná e nesse desafio da nova gestão do governo do Estado, nós desenhamos um sistema de informação que possa capitanear todo o procedimento licitatório do Estado do Paraná a respeito da Lei 866, a lei federal, e a lei estadual 15608. O Estado do Paraná tem uma legislação própria para o procedimento licitatório, respeitando as diretrizes gerais da 8666, mas ela tem uma legislação específica aqui no Estado do Paraná que traz todo o desenho de um procedimento licitatório. Paulo, segundo estimativas de especialistas na área da administração pública, controle de gestão e transparência pública, em torno de 97% dos casos de desvio, irregularidade, fraude ou corrupção, eles estão atrelados em algum momento ao procedimento licitatório. Quer seja na definição do objeto que se pretende contratar, restringindo o caráter competitivo, ou na eventual conluio dos fornecedores para majorar os preços dos procedimentos ou dos insumos e dos produtos. Desde um termo aditivo que traga aumento do valor, um termo aditivo quantitativo ou qualitativo do produto, ou até mesmo num reequilíbrio econômico-financeiro do contrato, no direcionamento de uma licitação, como eu falei, na restrição do caráter competitivo ou direcionamento de um procedimento licitatório. Então, a gente percebe desse levantamento que o procedimento licitatório é o grande calcanhar da administração pública. É onde ela vai ao mercado e procura adquirir o seu insumo, o seu produto, o seu serviço. Nesse sentido, a gente mapeou e desenhou um procedimento licitatório que ele estivesse embarcado dentro de uma metodologia de TI. Como nós já havíamos comentado, né, nós vivemos um novo normal. Potencialização dos sistemas de informação, potencialização das tecnologias, um procedimento de inovação, um processo de inovação muito maduro e muito fomentado nesse momento. Então, a gente precisa trabalhar com a tecnologia aliada à prestação do serviço público. Desse desenho, Paulo, nós, no desenho que foi instituído aqui pela Controladoria Geral do Estado, nós mapeamos um procedimento licitatório desde a fase interna, fase externa do procedimento licitatório. Para nossos colegas aqui que não trabalham tanto na administração pública, a fase interna é a fase onde a administração pública desenha o que pretende adquirir, faz cotações de preço no mercado e rediz o seu edital de licitação para depois se tornar público. A partir do momento que ele se torna público, ele entra na segunda fase do procedimento licitatório, onde há publicidade do edital e as empresas que pretendam contratar com a administração pública se capacitam para participar do procedimento licitatório. Essa fase vai até a efetiva contratação, ou seja, o contrato, a subscrição do contrato, tem a sessão pública, depois o contrato mesmo, e aí a gente tem a fase de execução do contrato. Então, o desenho do Estado do Paraná, dentro desse sistema, Paulo, para não fugir muito ao meu tempo, é a gente colocar todo o procedimento licitatório ponto a ponto dentro dessa ferramenta de tecnologia, embarcando o blockchain dentro dessa esteira, ou seja, cada etapa do procedimento licitatório vai ter a integridade dos dados, a integridade das informações e a segurança da imutabilidade da informação. Nós queremos que a informação seja disponibilizada e que ela possa, sim, ser justificada eventualmente, mas que ela não seja substituída de forma aleatória ou de forma a bel prazer do gestor ou do agente público que a executa. É uma segurança, é uma transparência, é uma integridade, é um combate à corrupção, Paulo. Esse é o desenho que se propõe a CGE nesse momento.
Muito bom, Raul. Então, falando em segurança, em procedimentos, compliance, né? Agora eu vou chamar o Daniel Fisman, que vai contar um pouquinho de como é que está sendo a aplicação, né? Como é que ele utiliza, como é que ele entende que o blockchain pode ser empregado dentro da iniciativa privada, né? Porque, afinal, estamos falando de segurança. Segurança não só vale integridade, não só vale também para as questões públicas, como também para as questões privadas. O Daniel, gostaria que você comentasse um pouquinho a respeito da tua experiência com o blockchain e como é que você entende essa questão de segurança, compliance, dentro de um projeto de blockchain que vocês tenham sido envolvidos.
Bom dia, Paulo. Agradeço aqui a oportunidade, tá? Bom, antes de falar do meu projeto, tá, em blockchain, que foi assim uma experiência fantástica, né? Eu acho que, vale dizer, como aprendizado, eu percebi que o blockchain vai muito além de criptomoeda, né? A gente acha que às vezes o blockchain fica limitado a transações financeiras, mas ele vai muito além disso, né? Eu acho que a possibilidade que ele traz para o mundo dos negócios, tanto para a esfera pública quanto para a esfera privada, são assim infinitas, e agora que a gente está começando a explorar isso, né?
Sentido. Você não acha que até mesmo as criptomoedas eles comprometem a própria tecnologia do blockchain? E muitas vezes eles maculam o blockchain, e às vezes pessoas confundem uma coisa com outra e até não querem trabalhar com blockchain por causa das criptomoedas?
Sim, eu acho que existe esse tabu, né? E eu acho que faz parte também, acho que é um papel interessante que as empresas de tecnologia vêm assumindo hoje, é de apresentar o que é o blockchain de verdade para os grandes players do mercado, né? E aos poucos isso está sendo quebrado, né? Eu acho que é uma coisa que é papel fundamental das grandes empresas de tecnologia romper essa barreira de que o blockchain é só criptomoeda, porque não é. Eu vou pegar aqui o gancho do Raul, ele falou que está empregando o uso do blockchain para processos, né? E é justamente isso que a gente está fazendo aqui também, tá? A Vale, como grandes empresas hoje no Brasil e no mundo, tem uma série de processos, séries de contratos, né? E muitos desses contratos contam com garantias financeiras. Muitas vezes delas fianças e seguros, né? E qual que é uma característica dessas garantias, né? Elas geralmente são de longo prazo de duração, Paulo. A gente, quando eu cheguei aqui na Vale, cerca de 3 anos, a gente chegou a ver garantias de 1990, entendeu? Então, são operações de longuíssimo prazo e que a gente sabe que, pô, em 30 anos acontece muita coisa, né? As equipes mudam, os sistemas mudam, um banco adquire outro, e a essência da operação, ela acaba se perdendo, né? Você perde a rastreabilidade daquilo que você contratou, daquilo que você deveria estar em compliance com a operação, né? A gente perde isso, justamente porque os controles hoje são feitos em Excel ou sistemas que não têm uma confiabilidade grande, né? Isso, às vezes, a informação acaba se perdendo e traz prejuízo para ambos os lados, não só as empresas, mas também como os ofertantes dessas garantias, que são as grandes instituições financeiras. E o nosso projeto vai muito nessa linha. A gente começou a ver o quanto de informação importante a gente estava perdendo e, às vezes, até o quanto de dinheiro a gente estava deixando na mesa por conta disso, né? E a gente pensou, bom, como é que a gente pode usar a tecnologia para nos ajudar? E aí a gente foi no mercado atrás daquilo que há de mais moderno, né? Que é o blockchain. E a gente conseguiu implementar hoje o blockchain para o início da cadeia de um processo de contratação de garantias até o fim. Ou seja, basicamente a gente usa essa tecnologia para contratar uma garantia, para monitorar durante o ciclo de vida dela. A gente dá um acesso para a contraparte também ter a mesma visão que a gente, isso a gente considera o ganho da transparência do blockchain, e utiliza essa ferramenta também para fazer a baixa dessa garantia quando o objeto dela é encerrado. E sempre com aquela transparência, com a confiabilidade que a ferramenta oferece.
Perfeito. Muito bom. E isso, qual é a vantagem competitiva que isso está trazendo para vocês, perto do que era antes e do que é agora?
Olha, Paulo, a gente, por exemplo, a gente não fica mais sem saber que contratos não foram feitos, contratos antigos que poderiam, como é que eu posso dizer? Poderiam sumir. Já aconteceu a carta de fiança, que é físico, é papel físico, desaparecer, ninguém fala que contratou, não contratou, que o contrato não foi assinado, que o instrumento foi perdido. As varas, hoje, já aconteceu de vara ser inundada, né? Dependendo do estado, e perder toda a documentação do processo. Isso a gente garante que está tudo lá. A gente tem toda a documentação, todo o histórico da operação salvo numa plataforma que conta com a segurança do blockchain. E antes a gente não tinha isso.
Muito bom, Daniel. Isso parece muito importante, porque realmente traz confiança, credibilidade, não só para as pessoas que trabalham com isso, como para as instituições que conseguem aí transformar isso em algo perene, né? Essa segurança e perenidade, eu acho que é uma das grandes características do blockchain que agrega valor, né, numa operação. Vejo que uma operação me parece muito simples, mas que se não houvesse o blockchain, dificilmente teríamos uma solução tão capaz e com custo também tão factível, né, se não fosse aí a tecnologia para nos oferecer essa possibilidade. Eu gostaria de aproveitar esse gancho também de várias tecnologias e um mundo de tecnologias que existe um banco, por exemplo. Gostaria de chamar aí o Marcel, né, para comentar um pouquinho sobre como é que um banco ele encara o blockchain, e porque todo mundo fala assim, banco vai trabalhar com cripto. Não é só isso, né? Todo mundo tem aquela questão da moeda virtual, tal, mas os bancos também utilizam a tecnologia blockchain para aplicações internas e de desenvolvimento. Não é isso, Marcel? Você pode comentar um pouquinho com a gente como é que uma instituição bancária encara o blockchain e como é que ela está se preparando para melhores soluções e melhor atender não só a parte interna de confiança, né, dos processos bancários, como também oferecer um melhor serviço para os seus clientes?
Tudo bom, Paulo? Obrigado, muito obrigado pelo convite de vocês. Só lembrando, assim, né, que quando a gente fala Bradesco, né, as pessoas enxergam a marca Bradesco, a primeira coisa que vem à mente realmente é o banco, né, mas o Bradesco é todo um universo, né, de várias coisas, né, nós temos emissor de cartão, nós temos uma seguradora, né, com várias verticais, nós temos a parte da Cielo também, da Alelo, né, somos participantes ali. Então, assim, o Bradesco, ele é uma holding, assim, que tem várias coisas, e blockchain pode ser muito interessante, né, para todas elas, né, tanto como você falou, né, para nós integrarmos, né, todas essas empresas internas do grupo, quanto, obviamente, para nós interagirmos, né, com o mundo externo. Então, lá no Bradesco, né, o que nós temos feito, né, nós já experimentamos um pouco do blockchain na questão de pagamentos internacionais. Estamos fazendo um projeto de trade finance, né, com o Marco Polo, né, que já foi anunciado na mídia. Estamos também pesquisando a parte de mercado de capitais, a parte de seguros, processos bancários, né, que nem o Daniel falou, né, a parte aí de garantias aí da Vale. E assim, o blockchain ele pode ser utilizado, né, tanto como uma forma de integração de sistemas heterogêneos, né, coisas assim que você precisa daquela comunicação bidirecional, que hoje muito se fala em API, né, mas muitas vezes na API você simplesmente está sendo chamado, mas às vezes eu não quero simplesmente ser chamado, eu quero chamar os outros também, eu quero empurrar uma informação, né, do Bradesco para uma grande empresa, ou a empresa quer empurrar a informação para mim. Então, nós enxergamos o blockchain como mais uma ferramenta, né, na nossa caixa de ferramentas, né, para nós fazermos essa integração, né, de sistemas heterogêneos, que nem o Daniel falou, né, uma coisa muito importante, né, nós ainda temos aí contratos de milhões de reais ou de grandes valores em que o ser humano ainda é a integração entre dois sistemas diferentes, né? Então, a pessoa olha a informação num sistema, pega e copia aquela informação num outro sistema, né? Ou manda um e-mail com uma planilha, que nem o Daniel falou, e a pessoa sai de férias, ou a pessoa se desliga da empresa, aquela informação ficou nos arquivos pessoais daquela pessoa. Isso tudo deveria estar no sistema, né? E nós enxergamos o blockchain como essa ferramenta, né, que pode pegar e fazer a consolidação de informações, né, de sistemas diferentes ou de empresas diferentes também. E tem outras ferramentas também, né, que poderíamos utilizar, né, mesmo o pessoal aí utilizando o RPA, né, o Robot Processing Automation, né, Robot Process Automations, perdão, mas nós entendemos assim que o blockchain ele é uma solução muito interessante, né? Temos que entender a complexidade dele, né? Eu sempre falo, né? Você já me ouviu falar isso provavelmente, né? Que blockchain, nós não queremos que blockchain seja a solução para todos os problemas da humanidade, né? Tem situações que ele não faz sim, o menor sentido, mas tem situações que ele vai ser a melhor solução, né? E nós estamos atrás dessas situações onde ele é de fato a melhor solução, ou também as situações onde ele é uma solução possível, uma solução viável e ela precisa ser estudada, né? Então, o meu papel aqui do Departamento de Pesquisa e Inovação do Bradesco, né, e como responsável por blockchain também aqui no Bradesco, é estudar, assim, esses casos de uso, olhar, né, para os problemas de negócio, né? Aqui, né, nós não temos aquela necessidade, preciso fazer alguma coisa com blockchain, não. Aqui, nós estamos olhando os problemas de negócio, olhando os requisitos do problema de negócio e vendo se o blockchain pode ou não ser aplicado naquela situação. E o Bradesco, né, ele interage com grandes empresas, com médias empresas, empresas pequenas, cliente final. A gente interage com os nossos próprios concorrentes, né, lá dentro do grupo de trabalho de blockchain da Febraban, a gente interage com outras indústrias. Então, essa cooperação tem sido muito legal e o blockchain tem proporcionado isso para nós também.
Muito bom, Jorge. Muito interessante saber que, né, o blockchain não é uma tecnologia que para você utilizar sozinho, né? É uma questão integrada que você tem que necessariamente ter outros players, é importante que tenha outros players para que você consiga realmente trafegar essa informação, utilizar o blockchain como uma grande rodovia, né, onde todos podem colaborar e se cooperar para o melhor, né, desenvolvimento da própria tecnologia. E falando agora a respeito disso, de melhores tecnologias, de empreendedorismo, a respeito da própria, né, blockchain, de novas soluções, eu gostaria de chamar o Felipe Chobanian agora um pouquinho, para discutir um pouquinho como é que ele entrou nesse mundo do blockchain, né, ele é especializado em inteligência artificial, como é que ele está aliando inteligência artificial com o blockchain nessa questão do empreendedorismo? Você pode me explicar um pouquinho, Felipe, como é que você está conseguindo unir essas duas uma solução bacana? Pode me explicar, por favor?
Olha, obrigado, Paulo, pelo convite. Eu me sinto prestigiado em representar a BibChain num fórum tão relevante, num painel com tamanha amplitude de alcance. Eu vou ser franco com você, na verdade, o blockchain, o desenvolvimento de PLTs hoje no nosso mercado, pela iniciativa privada, está ganhando tanta atração que a inteligência artificial já está ficando em segundo plano dentro do roadmap das nossas iniciativas e a gente está 100% focado em blockchain. Mas, respondendo a sua pergunta, a gente está utilizando hoje todas as informações que já trafegam nas redes que a gente coloca em produção, que a gente oferece para o mercado, para iniciar um processo de data mining e, a partir daí, aplicar modelos de aprendizado de máquina dentro desse pool de informações, tá? Desses dados. Então, é assim que a gente está alinhando inteligência artificial com blockchain. Temos algumas analogias, blockchain é infraestrutura. Blockchain ele não é perceptível. Blockchain é o que conecta os atores do mercado e permite novas interações, novas transações, novas modalidades de negócio. E, para isso, tem dado transacionando nessas redes, tem padrões comportamentais que são aplicados e identificados. E aí a gente consegue aplicar aprendizado de máquina dentro desse contexto de blockchain. Então, a gente tem os modelos de manipulação e de aprendizado, e a gente tem o blockchain como infraestrutura que permite essas interações e essas transações de dados.
Muito bom. E a aplicação disso, como é que você está conseguindo ver a absorção disso do mercado? Você já acredita que o mercado brasileiro está maduro para absorver essa tecnologia, Felipe?
O mercado brasileiro está num processo de amadurecimento. Eu gostaria de trazer para vocês um exemplo real que já está em produção, que ele é um bom exemplo, porque ele passou por toda a jornada completa de desafio de implementação de uma rede blockchain, uma rede de ledgers distribuídos, de fato, em sua completude. Então, a gente participou do projeto de registro de duplicatas mercantis, em que eu sempre falo que o mercado, ele, de certa forma, presta muito pouca atenção na construção, na elaboração de um propósito único entre os diversos players, entre eles concorrentes diretos, e a partir desse propósito único, um modelo de governança, né? Eu acho que uma das melhores analogias para o blockchain é que você deixa de precisar de um maestro e você passa a ter um coreógrafo. E a governança é a coreografia entre os atores na rede. É o que você determina, é o que você, na verdade, ganha e conquista um consenso de uma coreografia única, né? E esse é o grande desafio que a gente tem hoje, e muito me perguntam por que a gente ainda não tem no mercado brasileiro as redes de padrão de mercado, porque a gente ainda não tem um investimento correto em propósito e governança, para depois aplicar a tecnologia.
Perfeito, muito bom, muito obrigado pelas tuas observações. Nesse momento, gostaria de chamar Cláudia Mancini, que é jornalista de economia e negócios experiente e cientista política. Cursou jornalismo na Pontifícia Universidade Católica de São Paulo, fez mestrado em ciências políticas com foco em relações internacionais pela USP e mestrado em economia e política da América Latina na Universidade de Londres. É fundadora e editora do site de notícias Block News. Cláudia Mancini, bem-vinda aqui ao nosso bate-papo, fique à vontade e agregue aí o valor, porque pelo teu currículo aqui, pela sua história no blockchain, você com certeza irá engrandecer muito mais ainda esse nosso bate-papo.
Ai, obrigada, Perrotti. Quero agradecer também estar participando desse debate com pessoas que realmente estão fazendo a diferença no mundo blockchain aqui no Brasil. É um prazer enorme.
Cláudia, muito obrigado.
Bom, eu queria perguntar para o Raul, eu já até noticiei o projeto Arpia, mas eu queria até abordar uma coisa que eu acabei não abordando na reportagem, que foi o seguinte, Raul, qual que é a parte mais difícil de implantar um projeto como Arpia, que combate um problema tão sério que a gente tem aqui no Brasil, que é o problema da corrupção, né? Vocês estão juntando blockchain com inteligência artificial para combater esse problema. Então, qual que é a questão, o maior desafio? É falta de pessoal capacitado que entenda de blockchain, é o descontentamento das pessoas que trabalham nesses processos licitatórios e que já estão acostumados com o jeito de fazer, e assim, para que mudar? É pressão de quem participa desses atos de corrupção, que vão ver que vão perder espaço ali? Queria saber um pouco no setor público como é que é essa experiência, esse desafio.
Olha, Cláudia, mais uma vez obrigado, é uma grande honra debater com você, que tem tanto conhecimento, sabe tanto sobre essa tecnologia. Eu, como falei, sou neófito nessa questão de tecnologia de informação, não é a minha área, mas corre no meu sangue o efetivo combate à corrupção, a vontade de entregar o resultado que o interesse público exige e a cidadão quer. Quando desenhamos o processo, eu vou tentar resumir tudo em poucas palavras, considerando o nosso pouco tempo, e aí isso poderia trazer um outro debate muito maior, mas assim, quando a gente apresentou essa metodologia, essa proposta desse sistema, dessa esteira de procedimento licitatório, muito me questionaram, mas puxa, a Lei 8666 não é de 93? A administração pública não faz isso há mais de 20 anos e não tem um sistema? Por que não tem um sistema, né? Por que isso não está procedimentalizado? Por que isso não está dentro de uma tecnologia, dentro de um arranjo, né, que privilegia essa fidedignidade dos dados e a integridade da informação? Eu não sei a resposta, Cláudia. Eu acho que realmente deve ser o passado, a conveniência, a falta desse compromisso. Eu não posso julgar, né? Não estou aqui para julgar. Mas a gente vive um momento que a sociedade exige. Essa é a agenda política atual do Estado, né, brasileiro. Eu falo do Estado, do Brasil, da cidade, do cidadão. É o combate à corrupção. Segundo levantamentos mais recentes, mais de 200 bilhões de reais se perderam por atos de corrupção. Perceba que o rombo da Previdência é justamente esse valor. Quiçá a gente estaria falando sobre reforma da Previdência se a gente pudesse afastar qualquer ato de desvio de recurso público de atos de corrupção. E esse levantamento, por si só, ele já é frágil, né, Cláudia? Porque como é que você vai levantar qual que é o valor efetivo de desvios de corrupção se você, às vezes, não sabe onde aconteceu? Mas isso é um levantamento só daquilo que foi que houve o efetivo encontro desse ato de fraude e de corrupção. Eu acho que o principal desafio, Cláudia, é dentro dessa esteira nós termos várias tecnologias embarcadas. Se me permite fazer essa análise, e pelo pouco conhecimento que tem em tecnologia, mas eu acho que é exatamente isso. É inteligência artificial, BPM, eu não sei os nomes, tá, Cláudia? Eu sou muito leigo nessa parte, mas inteligência artificial, BPM, esteira, eles têm vários nomes, e o blockchain, ele vem como uma camada que traz a cereja do bolo, a fidedignidade da informação, a imutabilidade do dado, o registro da justificativa, o registro da informação, o registro do preço e a imutabilidade do edital de licitação com um efetivo controle da administração, com efetivo contrato a ser subscrito pelo licitante.
Ok. Obrigada.
Obrigado, Cláudia.
Eu queria perguntar agora para o Daniel. Daniel, vocês na Vale fizeram um projeto super interessante e eu acho que o fato da Vale ter feito essa operação de carta de crédito em blockchain já deve ter chamado a atenção de muita empresa para essa tecnologia. Gente que ou está estudando o assunto ou, enfim, nem conhecia, mas o peso da Vale nessa história é grande, enfim. Eu queria saber o seguinte: a blockchain é uma tecnologia que se implementa em grupo, né? Ela exige um consenso dos participantes, existe uma governança para você inserir dados, compartilhar dados. E eu queria saber de que forma esse trabalho de consenso foi um desafio para essa primeira operação da Vale em blockchain.
Bom dia, Cláudia. Bom, esse está sendo um desafio grande, tá? Eu poderia dizer que até o maior deles do projeto. Vale dizer que estamos usando a tecnologia ágil para desenvolvimento desse blockchain, e não sei se todos estão familiarizados, pelo menos para algo novo. A tecnologia ágil, né, prega o desenvolvimento faseado, né, daquilo que mais traz valor para o negócio. Então a gente optou, foi uma recomendação, a gente fazer primeiro o desenvolvimento e deixar a parte da governança para depois. Como o Felipe falou, e eu tendo a concordar, eu acho que isso acaba sendo um erro, que torna-se uma dificuldade futura, pois a gente hoje está um pouco de mão atadas nessa parte de governança. É muito complicado você criar algo que você não conhece, onde as empresas não sabem lidar com o novo, né? Eu acho que falta ainda no Brasil, inclusive, uma assessoria nesse quesito. Por exemplo, a gente foi ofertada uma assessoria americana, o que dificultava muito, dados os outros players que estão conosco, questões de leis, questões de normas das empresas, e além do custo elevado, que acaba até inviabilizando, né, esse tipo de assessoria. Então, a gente está ainda desenhando esse modelo e com grandes dificuldades para chegar em um denominador comum.
Interessante isso. Eu acho que é o maior desafio, talvez, da tecnologia, seja a governança.
Tá sendo bem complicado, até porque, Cláudia, a gente envolve, assim, não é só Vale, né? A gente tem que ver quem vai estar com a gente, como é que a gente vai estruturar isso tudo em uma tecnologia nova. É bem complicado.
Geralmente, o que eu sempre escuto de consultores, enfim, estudiosos, é que isso leva mais ou menos 30% do tempo do projeto, por isso que é bom começar as duas coisas juntas, desenvolver a infraestrutura e começar também a desenvolver a governança junto, para que no final tudo esteja casado. Bom, obrigada, Daniel.
Eu que agradeço.
Queria agora falar com o Jorge. Jorge, é o seguinte, bancos lidam com o que, usando uma frase bem conhecida, com a parte mais sensível do corpo humano, né, o das empresas, que é o bolso. Bancos lidam com dinheiro. De que forma, e blockchain começou com o financeiro, com criptomoeda, mas de que forma o fato dos bancos lidarem com dinheiro coloca um desafio a mais para as instituições? Porque se espera muito das instituições financeiras que elas usem blockchain, porque elas ficam de olho nas tecnologias, porque os processos têm, às vezes, muitos intermediários, enfim. Mas tem essa questão do dinheiro. É realmente um problema ou uma barreira a mais o fato do produto de vocês ser o dinheiro para poder implantar blockchain?
Eu creio que não, na verdade, né? Mas a questão é usar a tecnologia onde ela faz sentido, né? E eu acho que uma das maiores provas disso é o próprio Pix que nós temos aí hoje, né, do Banco Central, que não usa blockchain. Né? Nós, lá do GT de blockchain da Febraban, nós até tentamos fazer uma proposição para que fosse usado o blockchain, só que o Banco Central, né, assim, até pela questão do blockchain ser uma tecnologia ainda emergente, né, que ainda precisava, assim, ser provada para um ambiente de alta volumetria, ele acabou optando por uma solução centralizada, e nós temos aí, acho que vai ser um grande sucesso, o Pix, né, transação a custo zero entre pessoa física, né, e provavelmente um custo baixo para pessoa jurídica, sem blockchain. Então, assim, em que cenários que o pagamento com blockchain faz sentido? Na nossa visão, no pagamento internacional faz muito sentido, né? É uma transação, assim, bem mais complexa do que a transação doméstica, né? Por exemplo, antes mesmo do Pix, né, transferência intrabancária de conta corrente Bradesco para conta corrente Bradesco já era instantânea, 24/7, a custo zero. Então, não tem por que a gente substituir aquilo que já estava funcionando muito bem, né, por blockchain. Aí vamos para o pagamento interbancário, né, as TEDs, né, que aí o Pix vem resolver, acho que de forma sensacional. O que sobra, né? Sobra esses pagamentos internacionais, que esses sim são bastante complexos, né? Por exemplo, quando você manda uma transação para o exterior, você não tem uma garantia se aquela transação vai ser executada com sucesso, né? Então, você tem soluções que querem fazer, antes que você faça a remessa do pagamento, ele quer garantir que aquele pagamento, de fato, vai ser aceito, né, pelo banco do beneficiário lá do outro lado do mundo, né, que às vezes pode ser um banco que você nem tem relacionamento. Né? Então, o Bradesco tem relacionamento com vários bancos internacionais, mas é impossível você ter relacionamento com todos os bancos internacionais. Né? Cada um deles vai ter o seu processo de Know Your Customer, de prevenção à lavagem de dinheiro, cada um deles vai analisar se aquela transação pode ou não ser executada, seja porque mudou a conta, a pessoa encerrou a sua conta, ou porque a conta tem algum tipo de bloqueio. Então, as transações internacionais é onde nós vemos assim que tem mais espaço para o uso do blockchain, porque ela é uma transação complexa, é uma transação que muitas vezes envolve várias partes e que você precisa trocar informação de forma muito rápida. Mas eu acho, assim, é aquilo que eu comentei, né? É usar a melhor tecnologia de acordo com cada problema de negócio.
Tá certo. Muito bom. Obrigada.
Nada.
Bom, agora eu queria perguntar para o Felipe, da BBChain.
Tudo bem, Cláudia?
Tudo bem. Felipe, você é a parte vendedora, né, da solução. Eu queria perguntar para você se o fato das empresas não terem ideia do quanto elas perdem na falta de rastreamento de produto, por exemplo, como citou o Daniel, na complexidade de processos internos, no risco das operações, isso é uma barreira também para se apresentar blockchain como uma solução, essa falta de cálculo, porque ele faz parte já do dia a dia, a gente já está meio acostumado, é assim mesmo?
é uma barreira, realmente esse cálculo já está provisionado nos balanços e eu acho que a dinâmica de negócio dessas empresas já está em voo de cruzeiro, então é difícil ter essa percepção latente do quanto a tecnologia pode trazer de valor. E aqui, compartilhando um pouco da nossa estratégia e do nosso aprendizado nos últimos 3, 4 anos, a nossa abordagem hoje é outra e o mercado ele vai já sentir o reflexo disso no primeiro semestre de 2020. A nossa abordagem é pelas associações, pelos padrões de mercado hoje. As associações de indústria ou associações específicas no mercado financeiro implementam a tecnologia ou demonstram o valor da tecnologia para quem faz parte dessa associação. Então, é uma mobilização hoje comum, e não mais uma mobilização de um grande player do mercado, uma mobilização isolada de um grande player do mercado. A gente muito se falava do ganho do pioneiro no blockchain, mas isso não se demonstrou de fato um valor. A gente tem valor hoje no blockchain quando começa debaixo do grande guarda-chuva que é da associação, se padroniza, se identifica um propósito comum, a partir daí uma governança consensuada já do mercado via associação e todos passam a fazer parte de uma rede baseada em blockchain. Hoje, eu não sei se vocês perceberam, mas eu estou falando muito pouco da parte técnica e da tecnologia em si, porque ela se demonstra hoje madura. A gente tem uma rede baseada em corda, rodando no sistema financeiro nacional, com performance mais do que suficiente, com resiliência, com disponibilidade, de acordo com o padrão do sistema financeiro nacional, que hoje é a maior régua que existe dentro do nosso cenário de negócios. Então, não é mais a questão da solução, não é mais a questão da parte técnica, é mais como o mercado se mobiliza. E a gente tem entendido, e lançaremos no segundo semestre de 2021 por 2 associações diferentes, uma é mercado financeiro, outra vai ser via indústria, padrões de mercado. Com todos participando desde o início, e não um pioneiro tentando atrair os concorrentes. Esse é o principal ponto de tensão do modelo antigo. O pioneiro tentando ganhar vantagem por ser o pioneiro, e os concorrentes tentando entender como é que eles ganham entrando numa rede que foi desenhada com governança escrita por um concorrente direto.
Muito bom. Você já pode contar quem são as associações? Então tá bom.
Não posso.
Esperando aí.
Mas você vai ser a primeira a ficar sabendo.
Tá bom. Obrigada, Felipe.
Imagina.
Obrigado, Cláudia. Obrigado aí pela sua participação, que foi fundamental aqui para engrandecer o nosso painel. Gostaria de abrir aqui, estamos chegando ao final do nosso bate-papo, e gostaria agora das considerações finais de todos vocês, né? Então, né, para seguir a mesma ordem, gostaria de chamar o Raul Siqueira. Por favor, Raul, dê as suas considerações finais e um agradecimento aí à sua participação. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, Paulo Ferretti. Obrigado, meus colegas aqui do painel, doutor Jorge, doutor Daniel, doutor Felipe. Eu quero agradecer imensamente a BRI pelo convite, um honroso convite que aceitei de pronto. Agradecer ao Carl Amorim, a Cláudia pelas indagações, a toda a equipe de suporte aqui do Blockchain Revolution Global, a Vanessa. Agradecer aos colegas aqui do Estado do Paraná, os servidores públicos do Estado do Paraná, que têm esse compromisso com a probidade, a ética e a eficiência. E deixar o Estado do Paraná e a Controladoria Geral do Estado do Paraná à disposição para que a gente possa trocar informações. Eu acho que esse network, essa troca de experiências, essa troca de informações é que engrandece a nossa administração, engrandece o Estado, engrandece a sociedade. Paulo, muito obrigado pela condução, parabéns pela condução, e deixo aqui o meu agradecimento a todos que estão nos assistindo, a todos os colegas que estão aí presentes com a gente. Muito obrigado, Paulo. Um abraço enorme a todos vocês.
Nós que agradecemos, Raul. Daniel, as suas derradeiras palavras para os nossos espectadores.
Queria agradecer também, Paulo, todos os colegas aqui hoje. E queria deixar uma provocação, tá? Que também vai em linha com o que o Felipe falou, que eu acho que as empresas, e não só as empresas, eles costumam, às vezes, se acomodar naquilo que já funciona bem, né? E talvez a nossa migração, a nossa mudança de tecnologia, talvez romper nessa barreira para utilizar o blockchain, talvez parar, olhar para dentro de casa, olhar para o próprio umbigo e ver aquilo que a gente pode mudar e fazer melhor, né? Legal, a gente faz bem, mas vamos fazer melhor. Como é que a gente pode ter ganho além do que a gente já tem, né? E isso foi o que nos motivou e o que nos inspirou a mudar o nosso processo de garantias, e isso nos gerou ganhos consideráveis, né? E esperamos que isso seja perene. Como o Raul também disse, né, no poder público a gente sabe, existe aquela questão de corrupção, e eu acho um papel fundamental que ele está fazendo de olhar e falar como é que a gente pode mudar, melhorar isso, né? Então, assim, é fantástico ver essas possibilidades, mas eu acho que é um pouco de dever de casa de todos os players, né, olharem e ver como é que essa tecnologia pode melhorar, pensar um pouco fora da caixa, tá? Era isso que eu queria deixar de consideração final, e mais uma vez agradecer aqui a todos os participantes.
Muito bom. E Marcel, meu colega de viagem para Toronto, gostaria de dar algumas últimas palavras aí sobre o nosso evento, e se Deus quiser estaremos juntos no ano que vem?
Amém. Amém. Aquela viagem foi muito boa, né? O evento foi muito bom, né? Sempre bom essa interação, essa cooperação internacional, né? Discutir com outras pessoas aquilo que cada um está fazendo, né? Somar, né? Com as experiências, né? E o Bradesco ele está aberto, né? Para inovação, né? O Bradesco está aberto para inovação aberta, né? Nós temos todo o nosso ecossistema do InovaBra também para isso, né? E busca sempre aquilo que é o melhor, né, para os nossos clientes, né, a melhor solução, a melhor tecnologia. Nós estamos tentando sempre aprimorar. Então, tem soluções aí que nós vamos querer construir junto com os nossos clientes, vamos querer construir junto com os nossos concorrentes lá na Febraban, ou simplesmente vamos aderir no âmbito internacional, né, porque no âmbito internacional, assim, nós simplesmente vamos entrar, né, que nem a questão do trade finance, né, então as regras meio que já foram estabelecidas por outros, mas temos, então, diversos níveis, né, de uso do blockchain, estamos abertos a todos eles. Eu espero ainda em 2020 fazer muitas coisas com blockchain, e 2021 também. Muito obrigado a todos aí pela participação e pelo convite.
Maravilha, Marcel. Conto contigo no ano que vem, se Deus quiser, lá em Toronto.
Amém.
Amém. Felipe, suas derradeiras palavras também, muito obrigado pela sua participação. É sempre muito bom ter um empresário, né, um empreendedor conosco, porque é onde está, né, a veia do corajoso. Eu falo que todo empreendedor é corajoso, então, e usando tecnologia blockchain ainda. Então, por favor, suas derradeiras palavras, Felipe.
Obrigado pelas palavras, Paulo. Parabéns pela condução. Foi uma honra dividir esse painel com Jorge, Raul, Daniel. Obrigado pelo prestígio. Eu gostaria de deixar como considerações finais que a gente tem uma grande oportunidade em 2021 de entregar de fato o que foi idealizado pela tecnologia, porque desenvolveu ela desde lá do início, que é transformar ecossistemas de negócios que hoje são baseados em soma zero em ecossistemas mutualistas. Ou seja, a partir do momento que a gente consegue resolver problemas comuns de todos os players de um dado mercado, a gente gera valor para todos. Essa é a real mudança de paradigma do blockchain. Quando a gente fala de retratabilidade, confidencialidade, enfim, todas as features que já são clássicas e superadas do blockchain, a gente esquece um pouquinho de falar como é que a gente pode mudar as relações entre concorrentes. A gente esquece um pouco de falar como é que a gente pode mudar as relações do mercado para quem provê serviços e para quem consome serviços. 2021 é o ano da gente consolidar a tecnologia, mas pelas suas grandes features, que são essas. Obrigado novamente a todos e contem comigo para o que precisarem, contem com a BBChain nas suas frentes, enfim, a gente está à disposição.
Tá certo, muito obrigado. Mais uma vez agora, falando em meu nome, Paulo Perrotti, em nome da Câmara de Comércio Brasil-Canadá, é uma honra poder estar participando de mais um Blockchain Revolution Global. Tem aqui o nosso compromisso de participar no ano que vem e sempre que tiver, pode contar conosco para o que for necessário. Carl, a palavra agora está contigo. Nosso líder aqui no grupo do Blockchain Research Institute no Brasil, além de tudo um grande amigo, uma pessoa que eu aprendi aí a me tornar fã. Então, Carl, e ainda por cima um palmeirense, o que ainda enobrece mais ainda a sua pessoa, Carl. Parabéns pelas suas conquistas, né? Olhando aí dos últimos anos que a gente vem acompanhando o teu trabalho, já é perceptível a evolução, né, do blockchain no Brasil e o teu trabalho está sendo muito reconhecido. Muito obrigado pelo evento e muito obrigado por estar aqui conduzindo esse evento tão maravilhoso. Parabéns.
Tá, obrigado, Paulo. Queria agradecer Raul, Daniel, Felipe, os companheiros, né, Jorge e Paulo de Toronto. O Dr. Raul era para ter se juntado com a gente esse ano, mas essa pandemia resolveu estragar o programa de todo mundo. Mas é o que eu falei até para a doutora Renata Baião, no ano que vem não passa, eu vou nem que seja na marra para Toronto, porque não dá para perder um evento desse jeito. Queria agradecer vocês e já deixar aqui o convite para 2021, nós vamos fazer mais desses painéis, nós estamos trabalhando junto com a MCI, que está ajudando a gente na organização aqui do BRG no Palco Brasil. Nós queremos fazer eventos regulares, talvez mensais ou semanais, para um grande evento aqui do Blockchain Revolution Global Brasil. Ele iria acontecer junto com a Campus Party esse ano, mas a pandemia atrapalhou ambos. Mas a gente está lutando firme, nós estamos sentindo essa melhoria no entendimento do que é o blockchain, e o BR Brasil vem enfrentando muita dificuldade de fazer isso acontecer, porque o Brasil não é um país que toma liderança no que tange em tecnologia, ele espera as coisas acontecerem para frente, mas a gente tem conseguido capacitar muita gente com cursos, com livros e com programas desenvolvidos de forma colaborativa, sempre inovando, usando blockchain no que a gente faz. A gente não só faz o discurso, mas a gente também faz a caminhada, né, o walk the talk, como eu gosto de dizer. E esse é o primeiro passo para uma parceria BR Brasil, MCI, para aumentar e trazer eventos que comecem a focar o lado empresarial, o lado da adoção e deixar um pouco a criptomoeda, como você mesmo, Paulo, falou, né, de que talvez elas possam estar prejudicando a própria imagem do blockchain. E a gente também trazer os exemplos que estão acontecendo no governo, principalmente o que está acontecendo com o governo do Paraná, onde tem uma visão que a gente concorda, como o blockchain tem que ser adotado, seja com plataformas abertas, utilizando ferramentas que já estão em produção no público, não se preocupando em desenvolver uma ferramenta própria, fechada e não aberta, como outras instâncias do governo no Brasil têm adotado. É um prazer ter vocês aqui, já se sintam convidados para os próximos painéis, e para Toronto em 2021, porque não passa, gente, não passa.
Muito bom, Carl.
Obrigado. Muito bom e vale a pena. Eu já estive lá, o Marcel também esteve, então vale a pena sim. É um evento que vale muito a pena aí para a gente participar e estará presencialmente, porque não é só por ver e ouvir a tecnologia, mas o networking que é feito, né, os amigos que ficam, isso é a marca desse evento. Parabéns, Cal, e parabéns a todos. E estamos juntos para os próximos. Bom dia.
Gente. Bom dia.
Muito obrigado, gente.
Obrigado
e um
dia.
ótimo dia.
A very good morning, a very good afternoon, very good evening. My name is Michael Huertas. I'm a partner and the European co-head of financial institutions regulation at the law firm Dentons, the world's largest law firm. I'm delighted to be joined by a colleague, Valeria Hoffmann, who's a senior associate in our European blockchain capital markets team.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
Before we go to introduce our esteemed panelists who are at the forefront of shaping regulatory policy as well as reacting to some of that regulatory policy, I'd like to remind everyone that today's debate is being held on the basis of Chatham House rules. You are encouraged to make use of the Q&A function and to submit questions that will be fielded to the audience. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Peter Zilgalvis, who's the head of unit of digital innovation and blockchain digital single markets at the European Commission in the DG Connect Directorate. He's also the co-chair of the FinTech Task Force, and before holding that position, he held many head of unit positions at the European Commission. Between 1997 and 2005, Peter has also served as deputy head of the Bioethics Department in the Directorate General Legal Affairs in the Council of Europe. In addition to that, he's also acted as an EU Senior Visiting Fellow at St Antony's College at the University of Oxford from 2013 to 2014, and since then he's been involved as a member of the Political Economy of Financial Markets program at the same college. In addition, Greg Medcraft, who's the director of the Directorate for Financial and Enterprise Affairs of the OECD. Greg has been in that position since November 2017. He switched there from a long career at KPMG, followed by Société Générale, where notably he became the Deputy Global Head of Financial Engineering and later the Managing Director and Global Head of Securitization. Between 2009 and 2017, Greg also served as Commissioner and later Chairman of the Australian Securities Investments Commission, while at ASIC, that commission, Greg also held the chair of the International Organization of Securities Commission, IOSCO. He was equally a board member of the Financial Stability Board from 2013 to 2016, and Greg continues to be a member of the IMF High-Level Advisor Group on Finance and Technology, as well as the Global Steward of the World Economics Forum Initiative on Long-Term Investing Structure. In addition, we also have Klaus Löber, who's the head of the Oversight Division of the Directorate General Market Infrastructure and Payments at the European Central Bank. Klaus, in that role, is in charge of oversight of financial markets infrastructures, payment systems, CSDs, and CCPs. He's also a long-standing member of the Basel Committee on Payments and Market Infrastructure and chair of its working group on digital currency. Prior to those roles, he held leading positions at the European Central Bank, the European Commission, Deutsche Bundesbank. He's a qualified lawyer, practiced as a lawyer. He's also a senior professor at a number of universities and holds senior positions at the International Bar Association. Briefly switching away from the regulators before we come back, I'd like to introduce Alexander Höpfner, who's the CEO of the Börse Stuttgart. He holds 2 executive MBA degrees and is also, in addition to his role at the Börse Stuttgart, the CEO of UX AG since January 2018. He's appointed as the chairman of Börse Stuttgart's digital exchanges, GmbH and Debt Vision supervisory boards, and before taking up these roles at the Börse Stuttgart, he was integral in 2 startups aiming at providing a global marketplace for virtual goods. Between 2001 and 2015, Alexander held positions at Deutsche Börse, being a member of the executive committees for cash markets and information technology. So switching back from Alexander back to a German regulator, if we may, we're delighted to have Hagen Weiss, who is a senior officer in the Department of Financial Markets Politics, now at the Ministry of Finance. Prior to joining the German Ministry of Finance, he was at the German supervisor, the Bundesanstalt für Finanzdienstleistungen, so otherwise known as the BaFin, where he focused on supervision of securities and particularly prospectus law, with a subsequent focus on the supervision of crypto assets. And before that, again, Hagen was also a lawyer as a litigator in Stuttgart, and Los Angeles, and specialized in the fields of capital markets and commercial law. At the ministry, where the German finance ministry, he serves as the senior advisor for financial market policy, tasked with modernizing the regulatory environment for crypto assets in Germany. As we'll come to see, a lot of that plays into the European aspect of things. So to kick things off, if I may, Petrus, blockchain has obviously proven to be transformative, and MiCA in many ways marks the big bang in regulation, at least in Europe. Be delighted to hear your views and sort of on where things are going with regulatory innovation, regulatory sandboxes, and smart contracts.
I'm glad to. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the very nice introduction. Talking about our approach, it's a very pro-innovation one. While obviously we are not giving up in any way on consumer protection or investor protection, we want to utilize the tools that we have at our disposal to work with the emerging technologies and the innovators to ensure that they can be implemented here in Europe and developed and produced in Europe, as well as investments coming from overseas. One example of this in providing legal clarity, which is something that has been missing in private sector applications of the blockchain, is the digital finance package, which has the objectives of boosting Europe's competitiveness and innovation in the financial sector, paving the way for Europe to become a global standard setter, we think, in this area, while at the same time increasing consumer choice, consumer protection, and financial stability. It's comprised of a digital finance strategy, which is towards a European financial data space, ways of channeling funding to SMEs, better financial service products, a retail payment strategy, the aforementioned MiCA, Markets in Crypto Assets, which intends to seize the opportunities that the crypto assets offer, and at the same time mitigate risks, and also a legislative proposal on digital operational resilience, which is closing the door to cyber attacks and enhancing oversight of regulated services. On the crypto assets, it's a regulation, full harmonization, aiming to balance consumer protection and market integrity needs. EU passport principle is here, a one-stop shop principle for a single framework across the EU. And the regulatory requirements are proportionate to the type of crypto assets and the risks to consumers. Looking further, we also have a European blockchain partnership. This is on the public sector side, implementing a European blockchain services infrastructure, deploying use cases such as self-sovereign identity and RegTech regulatory reporting with all 27 EU member states, Norway and Liechtenstein. It's working, you could say, informally as a regulatory sandbox alongside a part of the digital finance package, which is called Pilot, which is a more than regulatory sandbox because it's actually going to lift some regulatory requirements in relation to market infrastructures. But this one with the European Blockchain Partnership countries is going to test various types of blockchain applications for public sector use, but as it expands to being a formal sandbox, also different types of applications. And then finally, and I'll obviously come back for some questions and discussion later, I would underline that we are looking at, as part of the Digital Services Act, it was in the public consultation, at smart contracts and seeing how we can enable them to work seamlessly across the entire digital single market and that we don't have fragmentation in their use so that they operate seamlessly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Petrus. This is really interesting. And if I may start with a little bit provocative question. So what were the actual reasons for MiCA? And if I may precise this question is, was it just Facebook's Libra? So once Facebook came up with the idea of a unite stable coin, you were in a position to move forward and to issue a regulation on Facebook.
I can very honestly answer no. You can see already in the FinTech Action Plan, I'm one of the co-chairs, as I said, of the FinTech Task Force since 2016. We already said that we were aiming to provide legal clarity on crypto assets because we see them in the European Commission as having a lot of potential for SMEs, startup financing, to run decentralized systems, though I wouldn't be honest if I told you that Facebook Libra didn't to some extent accelerate the process, because there was some thinking that was very much wait and see. Yes, we should provide legal clarity, but let's observe more. And then Facebook Libra was perhaps a little bit of a wake-up call for people who were saying, oh, this is only 5 to 10 years in the future, and we can wait a while.
Mm-hmm. And because we're really good in time, I have a second one, and maybe more on a serious note, because we are maybe have people in the audience from startups, from fintechs, who are currently the main players in this cryptocurrency business, which is now tends to be really or become really expensive, because even utility token would require a white paper, which, let's be honest about this, is quite an amount of money, everything which will come up with the regulatory. So is there risk that this extensive regulation would make it difficult for fintechs and startups and new companies to enter the market or to stay in the market?
Well, actually, it's fairly lightweight. If it's under €1 million ICO, then you don't even need a white paper. And I also, in the other area, something that we've been hearing for years, which is sometimes a little bit of an anomaly, because you get used to hearing from the regulated that we want less regulation actually in the crypto and blockchain space, which I've been personally following not since the very beginning, but since around 2013. Late 2012. This is something that from quite early we've been hearing. We want more legal clarity. We don't want to be seen as something coming from the dark economy, the dark net. So we've tried to balance both providing the legal clarity and, as I said, a certain grading of the supervisory and regulatory requirements adjacent to the risk that a certain type of issuance or trading presents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pedros. And if we may just quickly pivot to Greg, I mean, obviously, the European Union is pushing ahead with balancing innovation and financial stability through greater legal certainty and regulatory treatment in a more harmonized pan-EU manner. From your view, in terms of the OECD, this ties in a lot with what's been on your plate, right, in terms of global blockchain principles and growth, effectively. So I'd be interested to hear your views.
Right. Thanks, Michael. Well, thank you for the introduction. I think from a global perspective, I think it actually helps put some, really puts in good context, I think, developments globally. In particular, I think I'll draw on some of the recent OECD research to highlight perhaps the wider regulatory environment MICA is landing on, and probably link this to blockchain developments in other sectors beyond even financial services. So first, on the regulatory context, what we've seen so far in blockchain-based financial innovation, if you think about it, not fundamentally new products, they're actually often just new ways of doing old things. So, for example, if you think about it, tokenization merely replaces one digital technology with another. That is, replacing centralized electronic book entries in securities registers with cryptographic enabled securities based on a distributed network. So it does mean that regulators should be able to apply technology neutral approaches in regulating new products to meet their mandates, like financial stability, market integrity, consumer protection, and promoting competition. But I probably just highlight 6 conclusions from our research into crypto asset products and practices, and a lot of engagement with industry, is that, first of all, can be difficult for market participants to know with certainty whether certain digital assets fall within a regulatory perimeter. That's been a problem. for many years now. Secondly, that potential gaps do exist in regulatory treatment of assets that do give rise to opportunities for regulatory arbitrage. Thirdly, that existing regulation may need to apply to new actors, such as trusted third parties, guaranteeing the accuracy of information going on-chain. Fourthly, new requirements may need to be considered to achieve regulatory mandates, such as interoperability between DLTs or gateways linking the on-chain and off-chain environments. And then you've got new risks arise from applications like DLT technologies, there's new operational risk. And also, I think the regulatory and legal uncertainty around asset tokenization does create uncertainty and risk for participants in tokenization markets, which then can potentially really affect the smooth functioning of the market. So I think there are still some gaps in markets, such as the treatment of tokens that change function and need to develop a common taxonomy. But I do think it's a great stepping stone forward towards safe development and wider use of crypto assets. And while it's an important step in aligning European markets, financial products, as we know, are global by their very nature. So cooperation at the international level will continue to be critical. And I know the European Commission is pursuing this. We actually had the DG FISMA at OECD last week briefing our member countries on their efforts, which actually brings me to the second point that, while policymakers have been most concerned with financial markets, blockchain innovation, including tokenization of non-financial assets and real-world assets, has been accelerating in other sectors. So market regulators and supervisory bodies in other areas of economy are going to run into similar challenges as financial regulators, such as determining ownership of tokenized real-world assets. They're going to probably talk about, the legality of smart contracts and accountability in networks, such as single accountable point, and then scope for successful judicial intervention or redress, particularly in open networks. So as such, we consider the policy environment shaping blockchain innovation and influencing adoption. We do need to take also a whole of economy perspective. And again, I think that will only be most effective if it's done reference to global developments with a view to cross-border consistency. So it's what the OECD have been focused on this year in helping governments do exactly that. We've drawn from a lot of our research reports and hundreds of hours of industry consultation, and we've developed blockchain policy principles that really address issues like interoperability, governance accountability, to sort of provide a roadmap for a sort of global blockchain development. And we'd hope to release those in the next few weeks. And it does complement very nicely the MiCA legislation, and Petrus, I think, has been a part of that. So thank you, Petrus. But we do want it. We think it will be very useful as a reference point. So, but it is global, and it does need, if you want, agreement of sort of some global principles around blockchain, basically, and guiding governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. So very direct question. Do you think that MiCA is rather a benefit for the European Union regarding the competition, and when you were talking about the global situation and the approach other economies are taking? Or is there risk that MiCA may make EU less competitive when other jurisdictions or other countries would take a less consumer protective approach, but rather more more, let's say, gray capital market approach? I don't want to name it so, but we know that sometimes companies want to be regulated, but sometimes they also tend to go to a market or to jurisdictions where they are less regulated and offer this global services there. So do you think that MiCA benefits the European Union on this competition level, or it can be a risky thing if the other countries won't reach out to the same level of consumer protection and regulation?
Look, consumer protection shouldn't be a race to the bottom. At the end of the day, as a formula, regulator, it's a benefit to all that consumers have got trust and confidence. And the big problem is that when you lighten it too much and then people get hurt, it affects the whole market. So if you want, the key to markets is really about people having trust and confidence in them. And if essentially you lighten the load too much, you end up with unintended consequences, and then actually you wreck it for everybody. And I can even say that as an ex-investment banker in securitization. So I think what Europe has done has been absolutely fabulous, because they've brought certainty to people who want to do things in the blockchain space. And as I think Petra said before, people wanted more certainty. I think you can go no further than to look at what China is doing in terms of blockchain development. They're actually they're not necessarily lightening regulation, but they're actually creating a much more certain environment. So, the key, and you mentioned about before about Facebook's Libra. Well, the problem with Facebook's Libra, regulators thought that these sort of things were too small to care, but then they became too big to ignore. So I think Libra approached the whole issue in the incorrect way, because as soon as regulators see that there's potentially a systemic risk or a threat to hurting a lot of people, they'll jump in. There's no doubt about it. So I think it's fabulous what Europe's done. Now what we've got to do is make sure, though, we translate that into a sort of a global set of principles that all governments can refer to.
Thank you for that, Greg. I think you've hit it on the nail. MiCA, for those of you that are tuned in outside of Europe or perhaps not as familiar with the regulation that's been proposed and which will at the earliest come into force towards 2022 and fully operational by 2024. It's beautifully elegant in its simplicity, in that it draws a line between those tokens that qualify as financial instruments or securities as they exist in the non-EU terminology, and puts those into the financial services regulatory thematic bucket, if you want, and all the rules that go with that. And for everything else, including stable coins, and we'll go over to Klaus in a moment, it creates a bespoke regime with all that goes with it. So certainly from a user perspective, we're very welcome to it. But without going on to too big to fail, since you said too big to ignore, Klaus, obviously from your experience and review of this, and also the ECB's own work, which is due to also look at sort of retail payments as well, and I think there's statements out in the market. What's your take on MiCA and generally, also from your role in the FSB and CPMI?
Thanks a lot, Michael, and thanks for inviting me to this highly interesting discussion. I actually appreciate that quite a lot, because we have issues here which interconnect very closely the European dimension with the international dimension. And any financial innovation, of course, is testing the boundaries of the regulatory parameter and the adequacy of the rules. But we have currently a particularly interesting situation where we have a combination of new technologies, new players and new services leveraging on that technologies, tokenization, platformication, coming into play of big technology companies, fintechs. It's a very intriguing situation, which is further emphasized by the push for digitization through COVID. So I actually have 4 small slides to back my presentation. If you could go to my first slide, please. So in view of these challenges, of course, you need to look what your existing regime delivers, and existing rules have largely predated the current wave of innovations. And that is triggering some high-level questions. Is the existing regulation technologically neutral? Usually they are, because only a very few issues are linked to specific technologies. And on the side of sector regulation, in particular in the infrastructure domain, we have been actually engaging to assess whether existing principles, like the principles for FMIs of CPMI OSCO, do have limitations here. And we found them to be largely technologically neutral indeed. The second aspect, proportionality, that comes into play, and Petra has been dealing with this very nicely, is a key aspect. Do you have routes which cover both small services and those who have a global systemic dimension? And the third question that comes into play, and which is increasingly interesting, is do you maintain the traditional entity-based supervisory approach? Are you focusing on more functional aspects? This is actually underpinned by a report by the expert group of the Commission on Regulatory Obstacles to Financial Innovation, which very nicely point out these key aspects. But regulation, including what the Commission is proposing currently, usually should aim to be globally consistent, and that is trying to be in line with global standards. And it's intriguing to see that all global standard setters in all sectors have been looking intensively at the implications of financial innovations, but actually the advent of stablecoins is the first instance where they all joined up and actually engaged in a cooperative effort to look at the implications and to come up with global standards that look at the particular aspects, financial stability, Craig mentioned it, safety and efficiency of payment systems, monetary policy, and so on, competition. It's one of the rare opportunities where you have this combined effort given the perceived significance of the impact. Having said this, and I move directly to my third slide, please. We, of course, very much support the activities and the proposals by the European Commission, which indeed are timely and to the point, and their digital finance package is really focusing on some crucial aspects, like the community legislator, like the supervisory authorities. Also, central banks take a very close interest in the safety and efficiency of market infrastructures and payments. If you just move to the next slide, please. Can you move one slide further, please? Thank you. So based on our statutory competences of the Eurosystem in the area of safety and efficiency of infrastructures and payments, we have since a long time also focused on particular oversight standards to ensure the smooth functioning of the payment ecosystem. And actually, if you look at the impact, we are actually quite well prepared. If a stablecoin arrangement entails a critical transfer arrangement at its core, that resembles a payment system. And we are prepared to apply our requirements for payment systems to this particular function. There are other aspects which are already covered by our existing regimes. For example, to the extent that there are common rules for the performance of certain activities, like the provision of wallet services or exchange services, that is probably covered by our payment scheme oversight. But it has a small caveat: the underlying asset needs to be qualified as e-money. So again, a bit like what Pedro said, we have been engaging well before the advent of lbry in reviewing our oversight framework to make sure that it is holistic, agile, and future-proof. And that brings me to my last slide, because actually it's very timely today. We have been launching today a public consultation on our new oversight framework for electronic payments, instruments, schemes, and arrangements. And because this name is completely unwieldy, it will probably become known as the PISA framework, which actually combines the focus on payment systems at the core of an arrangement with a more functional approach. At the basis of a transfer of value proposition, all types of instruments that execute transfer of values, whether it's card payments, whether it's direct debit, credit transfers, or e-money transactions, but also new types of instruments such as digital payment tokens, to the extent that they carry the same economic functions and they have the same risk, they will be subject to the same requirements. And building on this, beyond the instruments, we also look at an enhanced definition of payment schemes, which will allow to look at common rule books for the execution of certain functions supporting payment instruments and payment transactions. And we introduced an entirely new concept, which is called payment arrangements, which is looking at certain additional functionalities, in particular when it comes to the initiation or the aggregation of transfer of value transactions or the storing or registering of personalized security credentials. So basically, this would cover aggregation services like Apple Pay. It would cover wallet services that are leveraging on stable coins. And with this, actually, we are hoping to provide a complement to the activities of the European Commission in that field. And we would also, of course, welcome any responses by interested stakeholders on our public consultation. And with this, I turn back to you, Michael.
Thank you, Klaus. So in many ways, obviously, the existing framework is going through its own big bang, going digital, but there is convergence with market ecosystem as well. So with that, Alexander, as an operator of one of existing ecosystems, what's your take on all of this? Where are the opportunities? How's Börse Stuttgart looking at these developments?
Yeah, first of all, I can say regarding tokenization and the regulatory framework, there's probably, at least from my point of view, no better place to be than in the European Union at this point in time. I mean, I've rarely seen such a speed and really also push and drive and willingness to develop. Now, having said that, coming from the industry, you should probably be very, let's say, unhappy if I wouldn't be spoiling about that the speed is not enough. So I'll do that anyway. So speed is not enough. So please speed up. Now, having said that, I think we are in complete support of Peter's and what the individual commissions is doing, as well as the regulators are doing. Now, there's maybe 2 or 3 things that the way we see, let's say, as something that we should always have in the back of our heads. We have now the unique opportunity to really build a fungible global, or at least a fungible European market. What we shouldn't do is probably transport the monopolies of the past to the monopolies of the future. And as much as we support the MiCA paper, in some instances, it is still a little bit tailored to this, let's say, former approach, saying, just making examples, if I need a CSD license to go into a certain field, well, this closes out a lot of players. I have to set up the whole infrastructure anyway for a tokenized world, because it's not like in the securitized world where I can really build my services by existing players. So I have to have a huge investment anyway to come into that place. Now, if directly regulation forces on me a lot of these licenses up front, then it really reduces the potential of new players coming to the market, which from our point of view is really crucial. Next thing is, if we too much limit the either the product universe or the product, let's say, depth in the sense of liquid products or very interesting products, that again reduces investors coming into that, players coming into that, because actually the most interesting products are out of bounds, so to say. Next thing is, do we close out certain customer groups, client groups? Yes, as much as we support customer protection, as well as with existing regulation, we should be very careful about applying it one-to-one on the new tokenized regime or the crypto assets regime. Now, we should really exploit the possibilities of that, just making a very, very, let's say, dumb example of, if we have instantaneous trading, do we really need to care about counterparty risk, address default risk, and all these things? So we should probably directly think about, okay, now start walking before you run, for granted. But we should keep this in the back of our heads to not stop with the first approaches, but really go down the full route of offering tokenized assets and crypto assets for all financial products, for all client groups, and also for all liquidity groups, if you want to say so. So this is one aspect which is very important for us. Having said that, as some of the former colleagues have been saying, for us, it's in a sense just another technology. And for us, it's in a sense, we need to have a regulatory regime. And I think it's quite awkward that somebody would be complaining about getting regulation onto that, because we need this. Otherwise, this industry will not mature to the potential that we can exploit out of that. Yeah. So this is very important. The next thing is very important to us is that regulation looks at function and not at technology, as said before. As soon as we do that, it's really new players can come in, fulfill a function, get the licenses and get the requirements for that, but at least they can fill into that gap and make increase competition into that, bringing efficiency to these markets. So for us, it's really huge support to the regulatory frameworks and developments, but with, let's say, a continuous questioning of whether it's enough, whether we can speed up, because probably the rest will not wait for us. So we need to keep on moving like we did it with the MiCA papers and other papers so far.
Thank you, Alexander. One question. Will Börse Stuttgart be part of the pilot project for the
we try
market
to be
infrastructures?
Always on the level of the current regulation, and we try to support the regulators and the supervisors as good as we can, as it is allowed to. And so whenever there's a possibility for us to support in the current developments and future developments, we will do so.
Mm-hmm. And maybe one question, because time is there. Will there be a place for a stock exchange like it is there now with in the DLT environment, or will the role of the stock exchange change?
To our roots, because whenever we talk about DLT, we talk about communities, we talk about markets that are set up, and these markets need structure. They need market rules, they need acceptance of players on these markets, and that's actually why exchanges have been founded back in time. So we see a lot of new asset classes, mobility, energy, and what have you. And so actually I see a rise of exchanges and marketplaces for the future, so I'm very happy with what's coming up.
Perfect. I think, Michael, then we go to our list.
So obviously, Germany took a step ahead with regulating crypto asset custody and paved the way in many ways in that field. Hagen, from your view, as a former supervisor now at the Federal Ministry of Finance, what's your reaction to this new framework that we're moving to?
Well, I'm definitely more than excited. It's safe to say that I'm, more than happy to look at the next steps that are coming or that are upcoming in the near future. And what we're going to do, especially as Germany being the current EU Council presidency, is we are going to negotiate ambitiously and as much as we can when it comes to the upcoming legislative proposals.
Thank you. This was short, and this leaves me a lot of time to ask a lot of questions. I was already excited about it. So one, maybe again, a little bit provocative. I mean, it's distributed ledger. It's the internet. You are the German regulator, or you were with the German regulator. And from this perspective, when you've been with the BaFin, is it possible to control all offers and all issuances which are maybe not coming directly from Germany, but into Germany, and like maybe also targeting Germany from all over the world?
Well, being perfectly honest with you guys, it certainly is not. But that doesn't put you in a position, especially as a regulator, where you're allowed to surrender, basically. What we have to do as a regulator, as a policymaker, at the end of the day, is we have to strike the right balance between A, customer protection, and B, allowing and fostering innovation. So that means that at the end of the day, we should focus on the entities that are trying to fulfill a legal basis and they are trying to behave compliantly. However, with that being said, there will always be some kind of offer that is coming from outside Germany, from outside the European Union, that's trying to target customers, investors, maybe even due to fraudulent reasons. And of course, you can only do your best. And that brings us to the next point. You should definitely try to use new technology, and you should try to use all the principles that you have as a regulator and all the legal elements that you can have to try to prohibit that kind of fraudulent offer.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So at this point, if there are any questions from the audience that we haven't yet answered. I think it's one of those panels where there's a lot of agreement, which is good since it's all for a good cause. As there are no questions at this time, please do feel free, audience members, to send through questions either to myself or Valeria, and we'll endeavor to respond to some of those where we can. Ultimately, I mean, Hagen, but also maybe to the wider group of panelists, MiCA does a lot, but as Greg mentioned, there's still more to be done. And so with MiFID and with other real reforms that we have seen, can we already start thinking about MiCA 2? Or can we also possibly think of areas such as tax harmonization, treatment of tokens? Are these policy agendas that would be in focus, either from the German Ministry of Finance or from the international colleagues?
Well, if I may, real quick, that is definitely part of, let's say, the next steps, but it was mentioned by my colleagues, by the other panelists, you have to walk before you run. So that means you have to take into consideration certain steps before you think about step number 4, 5, 6, or 7.
And maybe a question also to the panel as such. We have a lot of parallels to the prospectus regulation and to the market abuse regulation. And one question is regarding the market abuse regulation. I really hope there will be more provisions on this one than there are right now in the end. And the next question is, will there be also exemptions and all the detailed regulation on the white paper? Because currently it seems that token are even stricter regulated regarding the white paper requirement than the prospectus regulation requires for the securities. Gentlemen, come on.
May I
well, I
make
mean, at
a
least
comment? Sorry, Petrus, please.
Greg, you please, and then I can speak after you.
Oh, okay. I was just going to make a comment about the issue of globalization. Just to remind everybody that market regulators work together very closely, and just in case anybody has any ideas, basically we've signed a treaty of 120 countries where we exchange information across borders on enforcement where there's restrictions. And the OSCA MMOU actually is the way regulators enforce across borders. So just to remind everybody that that countries don't sit on their own. They do work together globally on law enforcement in markets, whether it be in equity debt or derivative markets. So just to say that and then that is now moving into a digital space. So it's not that fragmented from the enforcement perspective. So everyone should be wary that we do work together globally, just to mention that. Yeah. Sorry,
Petrus, final words?
And then I would just say, I mean, we do see the white paper requirement as being less onerous than the prospectus. And also the issuers only have to register their white paper with a relevant national authority, but they do not need pre-approval. Instead, the authority has a certain time period with which to review the white paper and raise any objections. If it does not, the issuer may proceed and do so across the whole union. So actually, we find this to be a quite of an opening, and it should be emphasized as well that this is a proposal, a legislative proposal that was adopted by the Commission, but now it's with our colleagues present here in the Council, the German presidency, and the other member states, and the European Parliament to finally adopt, so there can be still changes made.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I'd like to thank all of the panelists today for not only an exciting debate, but their contributions to shaping the new future. And I wish the rest of the audience a very good rest of the conference. And please stay safe during what remains an interesting 2020. And no doubt we will regroup in 2021 with this topic and many more to come. So many thanks from us, and enjoy.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you from my side. Thank you.
Ciao.
Bye.
Bye. Good, thank you. Okay.
Hello, everybody. A warm welcome. My name is Lars Sinkbartel. I'm the chairman of Blockwall, Europe's eminent blockchain fund based in Frankfurt. And I'm delighted to moderate a panel discussion on sovereign investing. And I'm very happy that we have three very senior executives here in the panel who represent institutions that put billions at work in early stage and venture capital investing in Europe. And as I believe it's very important for a global audience to understand what you do, where you are, I hand over to our panelists. Let me just introduce them. We have Jörg Gorschin, co-CEO of KfW Capital in the panel, based in Germany. We have Björn Tremery in Luxembourg, who is head of venture capital and impact investing at European Investment Fund. And last but not least, we have Ivan de la Tour of BPI France, who is a blockchain lead and based in Paris. So Jörg, why don't you start and take the lead in introducing yourself and your institution?
Yeah, Lars, thank you very much. I'm very happy and delighted that I can speak to the audience. KfW Capital, we are a subsidiary of KfW Banking Group. KfW Capital invests as an LP into European venture capital. We just had our second anniversary on the 15th of October, so we can be considered as a startup as well. So we just started our third business year this month. In total, we have 2 billion euros of assets, which we invest into European venture funds over 10 years. So on average, it's about 200 million per year what we invest. We have no sector focus. We are sector agnostic. We invest into European VC funds. And this is our normal course of business. We were all surprised by the COVID crisis. So together with the EIF, with Björn, who is on the panel as well, and with the German politicians from the Finance Ministry and from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and many other participants, we developed the state aid measures for the German startup companies, which were announced on April 1st, and we went live together with EIF to disperse the funds mid-May. So that's our role.
Thank you. So Björn, what about you and your institution?
Okay, hello everybody. Björn Tremeri, so responsible for tech investments at European Investment Fund. For those not familiar with the European Investment Fund, we're the largest funder of innovation and entrepreneurship in Europe. We don't invest directly in companies. We use an intermediated model similar to KfW Capital. So we invest in funds that in turn use our money to invest in startups and small technology companies. We typically invest 1.6 to 2 billion to 2 billion per year in anywhere between 50 to 100 venture capital funds. We co-invest with business angels sometimes as well, always in a delegated way. So we never go in the cap table directly. As to our ownership, we're actually 60% owned by the European Investment Bank, the largest multilateral development bank in the world, and 30% by the European Commission. Quite exceptionally for a European institution, we also have a 10% ownership that is actually spread amongst financial institutions, and some of them actually private institutions. So we also have a private shareholder base, and that defines a bit what we want to do as well. So we want to foster innovation and entrepreneurship and support new technology breakthroughs in Europe. But we also want to do that with a double bottom line, meaning that not only these policy goals need to be met, but we also need to generate a return. We're AAA rated by the 3 major rating agencies, and we have close to 20 billion under management to do that. We've been active since the mid-90s, have close to 99% visibility on everything that happens venture capital-wise in the European market. So we're also sector agnostic. We have our own balance sheet, and with that balance sheet, we can raise money from a variety of money providers. So we raise money from the European Investment Bank, majority shareholder, also from the European Commission. We also raise money from member states, and increasingly we're also managing money on behalf of purely private shareholders that want to get access to the good returns that we start seeing in Europe, and actually use us as a channel to access oversubscribed funds in Europe.
Very, very interesting. Thanks for the background, Björn. Ivan, what is BPI France doing?
So BPI France is a state-backed public investment bank. So technically it's a private bank, but with public shareholders. And we inject 30 to 40 billions each year into the French economy. This year it's quite a special year because we will operate more than 150 billions of loans with the crisis. And we have quite a wide range of services. We do financing, direct investing, indirect investing with our fund of fund. We manage accelerators, especially for SMEs. We do export insurance, so it's quite a wide range. But of course, we are a huge backer of innovation and innovation financing, especially in France, but also in Europe. To give you an overview in terms of VCs, we invested into approximately 400 funds, so 160 GPs. We represent something like 50% of the French VC investment in nationally, and we invest something like 1 to 1.5 billion each year into French funds. So early stage and also growth.
Okay, very, very interesting. So overall, we have here 3 significant players in the early stage and VC market here in Europe. I have one further question before we go into the discussion part. What are actually the key targets or political targets your institution actually wants to or is required to achieve with its activities? Maybe Jörg, do you want to start?
Sure. KfW Capital clearly wants to achieve that there's more capital, more growth capital available for innovative technology companies in Germany. We do that by investing into European VC funds, into European venture funds and growth funds, which then select the investment targets, i.e. the companies. So we want to foster development, growth of innovation and of innovative companies in Germany. That's our goal.
And what about you, Björn?
Well, I've alluded to it a bit and in my intro, and not dissimilar to what Jörg said, we're also having a dual bottom line. So it's really about fostering innovation and entrepreneurship, making certain that there's sufficient funding available for people that want to set up their own company, want to launch a new idea, potentially the next big thing, and making certain that they find the necessary capital to do that in Europe. And we're being asked to do that profitably. So we're not a subsidy institution. So we want to really invest money. I insist on investing as opposed to deploying. So invest money with the aim of doing good and generating returns whilst pursuing our policy objectives of supporting innovation and entrepreneurship.
Okay, right. And Ivan, what is the French approach to this?
We have a dual approach. First, we do a lot of co-financing, co-investing. We quite never go alone. And the idea is also to offer a range of financing possibilities before equity. Because if a VC can back you up, then you're kind of economically viable. And there is this very known Death Valley before, and this is one of our big focus into innovation, because for the rest, we would say that the VCs are doing a very good job in Europe, and that's why also we invest into VCs. So maybe a focus on the
Thank you very much, Ivan. So now we go into our discussion section. Obviously, we want to discuss early stage and venture capital investing in Europe in context of blockchain technology. We have split the part into a more general discussion and then a blockchain technology related part. So let me kick off with some statements about Europe, also vis-a-vis maybe the US venture capital market. In our today's discussion, we speak about enterprise and government blockchain technology, the crypto-related area, which was discussed in the earlier panel, is not topic of our discussion here. So VC funds raised in 2019 in the US, 46 billion versus 15 billion in Europe. The average deal size in the US is around 7 million euros. In Europe, between 1 and 2 million. and the VC investments as percentage of GDP in the US is more than 0.2%, whilst in Europe we have 0.03%. So it's a factor of 7x on that front. So are we already lost, or can Europe catch up with the US? What's your perspective on this, Björn?
Well, we're definitely not lost, huh? So let's stay on the positive note. I'm a glass half full type of guy. Of course, there's a reason why the numbers are what they are, and statistics don't lie, numbers don't lie. So there's definitely a catching up to do. But we all should realize that the US has developed the venture capital industry 30 years ahead of us. So they've got a head start of 30 years that you cannot just catch up on overnight, and we need to be realistic about that. So also from where we sit at European Investment Fund, or we're not seeing ourselves being in necessarily a race or a competition with the Americans. The gap would be disappointingly big, and you would almost lose appetite to even start considering if you look at the gap. What we want to do is make certain that Europe is looked at an attractive place for venture capital, for entrepreneurship. And there you can see that over the last two decades, or since the mid-90s, we've gradually started to develop an ecosystem that makes that entrepreneurship is becoming an attractive career path in Europe. We have serial entrepreneurs now. We have role models, big exits, big companies, Adyen, Spotify, $50 billion companies. For many years, we could only name SAP as a really big tech software company coming out of Europe. Now, at least we have a couple of examples as well. So it shows that we can really develop tech titans as well, to use a word that GP Bullhound, a tech investment bank from Europe, pegged a couple of years ago. So we can build tech titans in Europe, and it's not a 100-meter sprint to catch up. It's more a marathon, and we're on the right track. We're also on the right track in terms of returns being generated. We're becoming competitive. At least the top quartile in Europe is becoming competitive venture capital return-wise with the US, also with Asia. And you see that by a number of elements. There's increasingly appetite by US funds to invest in European companies. There's increasingly appetite also from pension funds to look at European venture, or even set up shop directly in Europe. Sequoia opened an office in London. I think, is it Ontario Teachers or OMERS that also opened a direct investment team in London. So there's really reason to believe that the catching up is happening. And if it's not happening on absolute numbers, at least it's happening on the fact that Europe is becoming a place where people from across the globe also want to look to find innovation, to find returns. And I would finalize here my quick reaction by saying as well that anybody managing institutional money and leaving Europe from the radar as a space to look at, they're probably leaving money on the table. And I don't think that any of us can justify to their stakeholders that they're having an approach to leave money on the table.
Very, very interesting. Maybe one follow-on question, Björn, because I have to say you are now 18 years with European Investment Fund, so you have seen the entire development. If you compare today with 10 years ago, what have been the most significant changes in the European market from your perspective?
It's really the maturity of the ecosystem. That the maturity and the ambition level. So we have entrepreneurs now that know what it is. I've been a direct investor before, but I crashed and burned, and I was coming out of investment banking or consultancy. What you see now is the GPs have entrepreneurial experience. They've had business angel track records. So a more mature skill set to actually guide companies through a global growth path. The ambition levels have changed dramatically as well. When I started off at EIF, people were taking on my money, and when they got it, it was like, oh, I got money from investors. Now I need to make certain not to lose the money. I'm not investing in VC funds for them not to lose my money. I'm investing in them with them to maximize my money, and that's now happening at the VC funds, but it's also happening at the entrepreneurial level. Entrepreneurs are not anymore scared to dream big. Don't know whether many people know this, but Booking.com is a European company. And it was sold for 120 or 130 million somewhere turn of the millennium, 2003, 4, 5, for a mere $120 million to Priceline. And now it's one of the largest companies in the world because it couldn't raise money, growth financing in Europe. Now entrepreneurs in Europe don't want to sell too early. They want to build a global champion, and they can find the funding. There's plenty of $100 million rounds that are happening in European companies that are showcasing this. And a final point on this as well, and to quote Churchill, let's not waste a good crisis. What has changed in Europe is that this is the third crisis that I've now witnessed in European venture. The first one was the dot-com crisis, and it led to a nuclear winter. After the dot-com crisis in Europe, hardly any funds were raised in 2003, 4, 5. Then came the global financial crisis, and it was already a bit better, but it was still difficult for European venture capital funds. But I can tell you, in the midst of the pandemic crisis now, European venture is actually holding up strongly. And I think it's really resisting well the stress test that it can show. Comes the third crisis, we are now mature, and the third crisis is not going to damage us the way it has done with the dot-com, or that it did infect as well at the global financial crisis in 2008 or 9. So I think this whole element to showcase the fact that we have become mature and we can weather a storm and survive it.
Okay. And Jörg, how do you, from sort of a German perspective, observe investors' appetite for early stage technology, VC type investments in Germany?
I think in Germany, I mean, the market has developed, of course, in a similar way as Björn has described it for Europe as a whole. There's a lot of money available in the for the startup very early stage phase when someone wants to set up a company. It's usually money coming from family offices, and the family offices also, I mean, they're looking for alternatives because the on the fixed income side or on the liquid market side, yields are difficult to get, and the venture capital market is creating an alpha by creating growth, and this is the alpha creates returns, and so this is an attractive opportunity. So there's a lot of there's still not enough, but there's a lot of capital available for starting up companies. But we really have a lack in Germany for growth capital. So when a company has a proof of the business model, when they generate revenues, when they need to invest double-digit or triple-digit millions into their scaling up their business model, there we really have a scarcity of capital. And there's also, I mean, the EIF, us, KfW Capital, and BPI in France, and other state-owned investors are still the largest investor class in venture capital. And I think it's very, and then we have family offices, and then we also have corporates who discover the venture market. And I think it's really important that the institutional investors, the insurance companies, the pension funds, and also the endowments are moving or pouring more money into the venture capital sector, especially also into the growth sector. I think if we manage to mobilize that capital, this will leapfrog the development of the whole venture industry in Europe quite a lot. And we hope that we can do that together, being a lighthouse investor in that market and mobilizing money. So I mean, coming back to your original statement, I think catching up has already started, especially catching up when we compare it to the US. I think we are on a good path, and we also have a lot of good things to build on. I mean, there's a lot of intellectual property. There's a lot of innovation. I mean, if you think about MP3, this was invented in Germany, for example, and then sold to Sony. Unfortunately, also too early, as Björn just referred to Booking.com and Priceline. So I think we have a lot of very good universities producing a lot of know-how, intellectual property, and I think the challenge really is to do the translation of this know-how to bring this intellectual property into companies that then grow and that generate also their revenues and operate their business activities in Europe, and so for the benefit of the European economies. of course. And I think this is also a challenge. But I think we're in the process of catching up, and we hope that with our investment activity that we can contribute to this catching up.
Very good, very good. So maybe to another topic, also a little bit still on the comparison side with the US. Jörg, what do you think is structurally different in the EU? So what may be positive or attractive for entrepreneurs and investors to actually go to Europe and locate their startup here in Europe?
Mm-hmm. I mean, the EU is a great place to develop a business. It's a huge market, and there's a lot of there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of talent around. There actually, when we talk about talent, we even see that there are talents relocating from the West Coast back to Europe because it's much more attractive to live in Europe than in Silicon Valley, where prices are at an extreme level. Cost of living is crazy, and so I think there's a lot of opportunity. And as I said, I think there's also a lot of dynamic in the development of the German and European technology market, which creates a lot of opportunities for the companies to develop. And what we also see with the maturing investors, also funds become available to set up companies and to scale companies. So this is also very positive side. On the negative, of course, we have a lot of. We have different countries. We have different regulations. The US is one. Is one country. They have one set of rules, one set of laws. I think we certainly have some work here to do in order to harmonize and and create laws which make it more easy to that capital can flow more easily. And also, if I think about taxation, there are also different ways of handling certain issues among the various nations.
Okay, very, very interesting. Björn, maybe before we move more to the blockchain technology piece, where Ivan has also prepared a chart for us, maybe a final question. Where can actually a EU sovereign investor like you impact the landscape or the ecosystem? Where do you see most of impact that you can actually provide at European Investment Fund, for example?
For us, the impact is really where there are market gaps. So we're not the typical sovereign investment fund that is there to store value over generations and for the future. So we're a policy-driven investor entity, and the policy-driven aspect means that we need to have impact in going into areas, and those can be market segments, sectors, but also regions of Europe where the private sector is not necessarily comfortable going in full frontal, so to speak. So what we try to do is constantly look where our money can have the highest impact in filling or tackling a market gap. So sometimes we will help southern economies in Italy or in Greece to have a tech ecosystem that is a bit embryonic to develop as well, so that people don't need to leave their home countries to actually go to the more developed parts of Europe. But we would also look at areas that are of critical importance for the European economy, where currently not enough funding is available. And one can think about quantum computing, but still life sciences as well. One can also think about space technologies. One can think about a variety of sectors where there's need for support and where private investors are not yet fully willing to go. Another area of risk that the private sector shies away of is typically first-time team risk as well. We still need, you mentioned the statistics at the beginning, Lars, we don't have as many funds yet or capital available as in the US yet, or our economies are of similar size. So there is room really to bring more teams to the market, but that means that you also need to invest in first-time teams. and speak to any institutional LP, and they will say that their mandate doesn't allow to invest in first-time teams. So that's typically the area where not only us, but also a BPI or a KfW or other national promotional institutes that have a similar mandate to what EAF does on the European scale, but for their countries, together with them, we try to actually fill market gaps. I don't have another way to present it. The moment that I start crowding out private money, I need to scale back a bit my activities and look for new areas of funding gaps.
So you would define your greatest success if you have to stop investing because the private actually.
Ultimately, yes. One could say with a lot of drama that our goal is ultimately to make ourselves redundant. Now, luckily, there's constant gaps, and innovation is a never-changing playing field that makes that there's always opportunities to present. But indeed, we need to pay attention that we're not just crowding out, as we call it, the private market.
Okay, so innovation, that's the right topic for Ivan. Let me start with, again, some statements. And Ivan, I'm really interested to get your perspective on it. You know, as I said, we are looking more at use cases and subsegments in enterprise, industrial, or governmental blockchain technology. In the US, again, 4 times more capital has been raised by startups compared to the EU. 10 to 20 times more assets under management with blockchain technology focus. You are blockchain lead at BPI, friends. Are you getting nervous about these numbers?
No, because again, I think the good way is to build bridges and to work with the other ecosystem, with US, with Asia, and our goal is to give the possibility for European startups to build bridges, to work even with other VCs, because now it's a global game. Because we are convinced that we have great assets. You mentioned this background with R&D and universities. We also have a strong engineering culture in many European countries. And this brings a special flavor to our startup. Maybe our startup are doing smaller rounds, but with less equity, they are doing most of the time more things than many US counterparts. And this is clearly an advantage, and I think we can still scale many things. So I'm quite optimistic about the global quality of the European startups in this field. Of course, at the end of the day, it's a big numbers war, and maybe some startups will sell themselves at some point because it's a good milestone for them, and the idea is maybe to help them achieve the maximum growth they could achieve. But I'm still very enthusiastic and optimistic about our
right. And you prepared a chart so audience can get a sense of where do you see interesting use cases. So maybe you refer a little bit what you see and identified as potential investment areas in the blockchain technology sector.
Yes, so not to do a blockchain 101, but blockchain is a different mix of existing technologies, advanced cryptography, database, distributed networks. So it is a technological layer. And what is really interesting is that one of the first application we've seen was crypto, but there are more than 50 to 60 very relevant use cases. So we try, I don't know if we can see the chart. But we try to, great, thanks. We try to do an overview, so it's not a perfect square, but we can see that there are a lot of different teams, different level of maturity, and some use cases are really working well right now. There is sales, there is great startups, there is even M&A in these sectors. So supply chain traceability is something really big. Trade finance, you have great consortiums. And then you have some huge potential. Think about healthcare, of course. We are going through one of the biggest healthcare crises in the world, with decentralized technology and data optimization. Maybe all healthcare teams working on the COVID-19 could share data anonymously and could work better. This is a single use case. It's, of course, we need more investment, more, but the reward can be huge, and the global interest also could be huge, even for the single citizen, to know that his healthcare data are safe but are well used. Of course, and this is a special European use case. In my opinion, it's about privacy. Europe showed with GDPR to the world that we care here about privacy. And with blockchain technology, we can improve this, and we can also improve the digital identity. So this is really a big bet, but this is huge, and we're very enthusiastic because we are sure that it will bring something good to the society, some sustainability. Of course, there are plenty of other use cases. Maybe crypto will bring more money to some people, but it hasn't the same global impact. So that's why we don't know which use case. I mean, it would be hard to say which use case will really work and where you will develop big verticals with big business, big exits. But there are plenty, and that's great, and that's luck, and that's why we are very pushy about this underlying technology, saying that I mean, we try as BPI France to bring more trust and interest to this underlying technology.
Yeah, obviously, blockchain technology is quite complex. In many cases, it's always associated with complementing new technologies like AI or IoT, for example. So a question that is maybe even philosophical, Björn. You have seen certainly specialized funds on certain technologies or generalists. Do you have a view what would play out for blockchain technology investing? Do you see rather generalists, or would you see like Blockwall specialized funds?
We actually, as for many new sectors, we see both. Most of our exposure currently is to blockchain technologies and companies is happening through generalist funds. We're working on the first dedicated blockchain funds as we speak. So we ourselves are getting familiar with the environment. A couple of years ago, blockchain was, according to me, too often confused with the cryptocurrency area, and that made it a bit difficult for us to separate chaff from the wheat. Now the crypto hype has come to normality, I would say, and we shouldn't throw away the child with the bathwater. But we feel more comfortable now trying to identify those people that are experts and could allow us to look at the an underlying fund. Now, we will see as well, and I could make a parallel with fintech. I could make a parallel with clean tech as well. There will be specialist funds that do very well on this new technology and sector, But there will also be generalist funds that are so agile that they clearly see and quickly see the potential of this, and will be adding a vertical to their generalist approach. I think as long as they know what they know, and even more importantly, know what they don't know, and are assessing the risks correctly, I would not have a problem with it. And of course, we're in venture capital, so assessing the risk correctly still means that they need to take substantial risk. So we will never stop relationships with managers that are losing half of their portfolio because they've been overly aggressive on risk taking, as long as the one or the other breakout company that compensates for everything else. Now, I'm absolutely not an expert on blockchain, but currently we see that blockchain is increasingly present in our portfolio, and it's going to become present as well in our portfolio through blockchain-only focused funds.
Okay, interesting. And Ivan, from your perspective, looking at blockchain opportunities and investors, which areas are currently the hottest? Where do you expect, most of the money will flow in the next couple of years?
Okay, healthcare is something big right now. Everybody realized that we have a great healthcare, a great pharma industry, but maybe it's an industry that has some potential with more digitized process and integrating more tech. So we are playing big in this field. Because if you mix healthcare with this new tech like IoT, data analysis, and blockchain, the output can be huge. Of course, we can't miss the financial services because nearly 30 to 35% of blockchain projects in the world are linked to financial services. So post-trade optimization, liquidity provide optimization. There are tons of use case, and this is something we look at clearly. But fintech, as Bjorn mentioned, it has already done a lot into this field. And the last field is clearly privacy. I think this is the big bet, and people that are taking the right risk right now, that are giving value to privacy, will have for sure some rewards in the next 5 years. And this is something blockchain can really help with.
Ivan, thank you very much. Jörg, maybe coming to you, what do you see at KfW in terms of blockchain technology, funds or opportunities? And second, as a more general question, if you fast forward 5 years, where do you see sort of the activities, venture capital activities of your institution actually being?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, for us, blockchain certainly is something which is still in the very early days. We see that, I mean, like Blockwall, a couple of funds addressing that sector. There are still very few funds which really focus on crypto things. Some of the funds have the idea to add crypto to their investment strategy. So this is still in the early days, and I mean, certainly the question behind your question is what could be done in order to get more capital into that sector in order to foster the technology and to foster the development. And I think that's probably one thing is a question of time, and also a question of certainty, because investing is not only putting capital into a company or putting capital at work. From an investor perspective, they also want to get the money back. And on the blockchain side, certainly there are lots of, from an investor perspective, still lots of uncertainties which need to be removed, and where certainty needs to be produced. I.e., the regulation is a big thing which needs to be done. There needs to be, that blockchain on the financial side, which certainly is a sector where we also believe blockchain has a lot reason to be, and a lot of use cases which could scale probably dramatically to the benefit of the whole blockchain industry. But as I said, the certainty has to be created on that. And then there's another aspect which is, from our perspective, KfW Capital as a responsible investor, and increasingly important is the whole ESG topic. I mean, ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. Especially, I mean, the question about the high use of energy for the whole crypto sector is something which, from an ESG perspective, is something which needs to be addressed from the blockchain industry, because this is certainly hindering some of the investors to put money into that sector, because many of the investors, especially the institutional investors, are very ESG driven. And increasingly ESG driven. That is certainly something with what we see, and in the light of the whole sustainability and climate issues, which is a global issue. This is something which needs to be addressed by the whole blockchain industry. I may put them into one bucket.
Okay, thank you. We are coming to an end. Thank you very much. This was a lively, interesting discussion, and I have to admit I feel much more optimistic than when we started the discussion. Thanks again to the panelists. Thanks to the audience. I hope you could see that Europe is catching up, that Europe has significant players putting not only money at work, but also their relationships on a political level and their ecosystems. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, y'all. So that was it for day 2 of Blockchain Revolution Global. Thanks for everybody who tuned in. Thanks for hitting those likes. Thanks for any new subscribers to the channel. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to be streaming day 3 tomorrow, and let's see what's on the agenda for day 3 tomorrow, guys. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, by the way. Good seeing y'all. Let me just pop up right here really quick. I'm in the dark. Give me a sec. Alrighty. What's up, everyone? Guys, we're just going to look really quickly at tomorrow's agenda for Wednesday. Appreciate everybody tuning in today. Hopefully there was some good info there on the panels. Hope you guys enjoyed some of them. I understand some of them were in a completely different language, which is crazy. So we got, oh man. So this is going to be starting, wow, they're going to be starting at 2 a.m. EDT. So that is, what is that, like 12 a.m. PST? 2 a.m. EDT. Okay, so that's going to be 11 p.m. tonight. So guys, we'll probably have like a little bit of, maybe we'll have a pregame, 30-minute pregame stream before Blockchain Revolution Global comes on. But dang, I guess I'm going to be in for an all-nighter tonight, guys. That's how it goes, man. I think I gotta move to a other side of the world to to do these streams, but I'm going to be streaming this for y'all. Looking forward to it. And let me see. I guess it only goes up. Okay, so they're pretty lengthy streams. You're going to have a BRG Asia Day 1. So these might actually be in a different language completely. We'll check it out around the time to see what's going on. If not, I'll be on for sure at 6 a.m. and we'll be looking at main stage Day 3. So either 11 p.m. tonight just to see what's going on here, and then 6 a.m. tomorrow from there. But what is up, Lady Enigma, XRP Bags, XRP number 1, RPM, Johnny Morales, by the way, thank you for your donation earlier, dude. You rock, my man. Thanks for the support. Perfect Stable Sharpie Genius, Illy Bang, Work Until I Die. Guys, thanks for your support. Arati in the house. What's up, Arati? Good seeing you, man. Everybody, Cookie Monster, Chronic, yeah. You guys are awesome, man. Shout out to the Blue Crew. Much love to y'all. I'll see you guys. Daniel, XRP, Fab. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for your support. I'll see you guys either tonight at 11 p.m. just to check out what's going to be going on here. And if it's just in a completely different language and barely any subtitles or anything like that, then we'll just have like a standard DLT late night live stream. But I'm looking forward to another 6 a.m. main stage, Day 3 of Blockchain Revolution Global. Hopefully we get David Rudder, the CEO of R3, on this day. Let's see what's on the agenda really quick. The DeFi craze, insights on innovation with the World Bank, global trade with blockchain, healthcare and technology, a New York state of mind, a circular economy, oil, natural gas, and blockchain, bridging digital islands, healthcare applications, bridging a blockchain ecosystem between Latin America and Europe, the urban future where technology meets citizen experience, building an innovation economy, blockchain inspirations in life sciences and healthcare, the token economy. Yeah, man, this looks like quite the docket right here. Bank guarantee, the case for digital token-based economy. This is going to be awesome, man. So, guys, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for all the support. I'll see you guys soon. Have a great day. Alrighty, talk to you all later. Adios.